All right, everybody. First thing is first. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and restart the stream. Sometimes it messes up and doesn't really show what's going on here. Remember, everybody, I don't want you guys to get into too many different ideas or too many different, trades. For now, what you want to do is you basically just want to take it slow. We're just waiting for the event. That's all we're doing now. Yeah, give me one moment. Alrighty. 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 How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? How's everybody's night? You guys had a good night? Good morning. Good morning. You need to decide today what to do. Um, hey, we're just waiting. We gotta wait for the FOMC to be done with. Remember, Kasha, if you got into NVIDIA calls, the first thing I would tell you is remember, only the people from the Discord should be getting into NVIDIA or Tesla, just due to the fact of how aggressive it is, right? So if it was something you got into, because it sounded like you got into it, the first thing I would tell you is make sure you write down in your notes that it's probably something you shouldn't have gotten into right now. We're still waiting, still waiting. So of course you can kill a lot of value by the end of today. But again, it's generally okay because it's about 6% of the account. So we'll try to see if we can average down a little bit here. But for now, yeah, we're just, waiting pretty much. Same old, same old. We could definitely get into some little spy scalps here and there. And remember, everybody, this is not the time that one would be using a lot of capital, just generally due to the fact that you have FOMC today. And not only just because you have FOMC today, but because you're not at your monthly and yearly levels. Think of it like that. You're not at your monthly and yearly levels where you should be buying, puts, or you should be buying calls, or a 5-day or a 10-day. Of course, yearly levels are going to be different from a 5-day and a 10-day, right? But the one similarity that they all, have and they all share is that generally, if you focus on buying calls or puts at these monthly and yearly levels of, the market wanting to magnet to them, the levels are the same, 680, 720. You have, so 680 is the midpoint. Then before it, you have 640. And then above it, you're going to have around 720, 715. And then above that, you're going to have 730. And then below that, below all four of those levels, or three of them, you're going to have the 613s, right? Then you're going to have the 560s, which is the midpoint. 560 is basically like 680. So again, 560 was the midpoint. 680 is the next midpoint. So you're not at the top yet. The market wants to run. It wants to go up higher. It's not done. So yeah, that's the one reality that we're faced with. We just need to see if they're going to shut down the market for like the next 2-3 weeks. Because it looks like the market does want to collapse here. So since it looks like it wants to collapse, the news is simply just going to accelerate that. Really, that's all it does. Every single day. Every single time, right? Your yesterday trades. A play before FOMC. Yeah, we're going to play SPY, like always. Same stuff, Same stuff on SPY. Back and forth, everybody. Just like last week and the week before and the week before that, where we're getting 6 to 7 trades a day. We just got to wait for this day to pass, and then tomorrow's going to kick things right back into that gear, right? We just got to wait. There's an art to being patient and to not trading, or to understanding when not to trade. And I want you guys to acknowledge that art, It's difficult, but it's most certainly something you all can learn. Boom. Yeah, so Nvidia is pretty much at the same levels yesterday. Same stuff. Target is going up. Target, we're up 46% now. The QQQs are up only 50% right now. You were up like 80% a couple days ago. So we'll see if when SPY runs up. These are going to expire in 2 weeks, so we're going to have to sell these soon. So far, the peak was around 400, 500, 600, 660. So yeah, we were up around 100%. Right now we're up around 50%, which is still a lot of money, right? Still a lot of capital. But yeah, let's just see what we can do with this. This is the first time we played a QQQ leap because we're trying to test it. We're trying to see what's the difference between the long-term options and, for example, SPY's long-term options or Tesla. But it's going pretty well for the test, for the first test at least. And then understanding, do we not trade on FOMC? It'll be easier to trade the day after. Basically, yeah. If you guys want me to be honest with you, honestly, I would only suggest the students that are part of the Discord that have been here for over a month or 2 months to trade today. If you're somebody who just joined up, it's better for you to watch us go about trading and not really try to put your own capital in, so it doesn't become an emotional event for yourself, right? So again, everybody, if you've been here for a while, if you want to hear what I suggest, it's yes. If you haven't been with me trading FOMC before, I would not do it right now. I would watch first, analyze everything, see when I buy, when I sell, why I buy, why I sell, see where is my brain, fixated on. Like what aspect of this market is the most important thing here, so that you can maintain, some level of, just control and it's not an anxious or an anxiety-inducing, environment. Because you don't want to do that to yourself. You don't want to make yourself anxious, but you want to allow yourself to have the ability to go forward, right? So how do we go forward here? First thing is first, put the reversal points on your screen. Get all the reversal points, get all the circles. Everybody here could see right now you're stuck inside of a C setup. C plus is going to be right above us or right below the low of the day. Just like how you hit the C plus setup down here, right? In the beginning of the day, you only hit a C and then basically almost the C, but you didn't touch it yet. So you went from open to C plus, and then you went from C plus down here, which is the bearish C plus, right? And then you went straight to a C up here. And now you're stuck on the C setup. So these are not good setups. This is not, do I want to put my money here? Hell no. I only do it because we know how to do it, right? But do I really want, like if I was trying to go for $1 million right now and I'm trying to build my account to $1 million, and yesterday I just made 20,000, 10,000, and I have whatever it is, 15, 20, 30K right now, what am I going to do? How am I going to invest in myself? How do I go forward? First step is to wait for these damn A plus setups. Come on. You guys have no business being impatient. Not right now, at least. Maybe later on. But again, you have no business being impatient. That's only for people who have the ability to do that. Right? So, until you get to that point, just recognize there's a little bit more grinding one needs to do. You guys are almost there. You guys are very amazing. Every single one of you have the potential to get to that level. Of course you do. That's the reason why you're watching me, you know? It's not because I'm forcing you or helping you. It's because you want it, you know? That's all that matters. Whether I'm teaching you or somebody else is teaching you, it's that you want it. And as long as you want it, we can get to that next step. But we have to acknowledge what level we're currently at so that there's some type of sense of improvement, you know? It's not just a consistent, you know, event of us just going in circles. That's what we don't want to do. Okay? Okay, so you said you have a deeper analysis on the market is about to go crazy. No, yeah, 100%, Lace. I agree with that. This market is going to lose a lot of structure here. It's just we had to wait for him to speak. See if anything he says changes, you know, in terms of what he said before and what he stated before. Targets, soft landings, certain economic things they're you know basically going on in the country, interest rates. Whenever we have just a little bit more information and we're all on the same page, when the market's all on the same page, is the easiest to trade it. But it's like right before a news report or on the day of a news report, it's like mass chaos just ensues, really. That's what it feels like. It doesn't feel normal. It doesn't feel like this should be a consistent reality, but that's just how things play out, you know? NVIDIA just bounced off of a weekly midline from 2022 and 2024. So, in terms of the cross, when parallel channel, okay, wait, let me read this first. So he said, which just so happens to cross right where the current runs parallel channel has his bottom trend line. Yeah, that's excellent. I'm happy you guys are using these trading styles because you guys are starting to, you know, notice the patterns, at least from, you know, you telling me. So you said, are we not trading today? No, we're going to trade today. We trade every day. Remember, everybody, we're live every day and we trade every day. Never will change. We've been doing it for over 5 years straight. There's nothing in the world that could change that, you know? So it's going to be a consistent thing. We just got to give it time. If you hear that I'm talking or I'm trying to guide and teach and I'm not getting into a trade, remember, everything I do is for a reason. It may not look like it. Sometimes I'm a little too goofy, I guess, for one to acknowledge, you know, the structure behind it. But just acknowledge everything I do is for a reason. That's pretty much it. So yeah, we're going to wait for this to hit the C plus setup. I want to see if it's going to run into the threes, maybe the number 4. And then we'll play some potential puts if it runs up. If it falls down, we'll probably play some calls down here. Let's go take a look at Tesla, NVIDIA. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so for NVIDIA, you're pretty much just still at the bottom of these trends here. You're still at the bottom. So we're just gonna wait for this, and that's pretty much all. Not really changing anything. if you start going below this white line here, this white box, we could potentially start playing some puts for you to fall down to 176. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see how it reacts to here. So far, it's holding. Again, this is the same reason why we got into the NVIDIA trade the other day. Generally, what we're looking for is the market to run up, just like how it did from down here. We were talking about it, right? It ran up, did what I wanted. It then fell. We then bought into it. And yeah, we're now just waiting, you know. We might need more time on it, though. So we might need to have another option we buy, potentially. And that's pretty much all. We just got to look at it like that. I want to see it hit this midpoint first, which is around 194. And then the top is going to be 217, 213, actually, no, 212, 213. Yeah. And yeah, that's pretty much all, everybody. You know, make it simple, make it sweet. That's all you had to do. For Tesla, we were looking at this the other day when you were running up towards the top. We wanted you to be at the bottom or the top up here. You're stuck in the middle, so not time to trade that either. NVIDIA, we talked about. Intel, we talked about, everybody. Just like you could see here, you're falling down into where I want to buy. So we could buy here and then just average down when it falls down to here. That's definitely something we could do. But I just kind of want to take my time with this. Remember, everybody, we've never taken a loss on Intel ever. It's the funniest thing in the world. It's so random, you know, like why Intel? But I mean, so be it. Some stocks are easier to trade than others, especially when you break down the technicals, because the computers are just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and they're not really doing anything else. Now, because Intel started to get a lot more popular because of the president, because of what's going on recently, and also because of COVID, if you guys don't remember, Intel, they started producing graphics cards like NVIDIA. So you started getting some type of competition with NVIDIA, Intel, and AMD. And I believe, honestly, in my own depiction, the way my brain is thinking about this scenario and this situation with Intel is just like this. If Intel had the capability to manufacture, to create, to design, to test, to model, and to make these products hit outside, you know, in terms of stores or in terms of Micro Center, that shows me a company's ability. That shows me that if they have a good idea, they have the structure behind them to make that shit happen. You know what I mean? To make this thing a reality. Point blank. That's it. Just like that. So with Intel, it's very weird because it's like they're kind of like an OG company. You know what I mean? They're really old, but the potential they have and the way that they're trying to adapt into, you know, what's currently going on with the ecosystems of computer technology, it's definitely fun to see because, you know, they're very cheap. They're at like the bottom of the bottom compared to all these other companies. Plus, this is an OG company. Everybody knows Intel. Most of your computers have Intel processors, you know, like your CPUs. Most of the computers are, you know, like an i5, you ever heard that before, or i3 or i7? That's all Intel, right? So they definitely have a hold on the market right now. You know, is NVIDIA making CPUs? No. But Intel is making CPUs. Intel is making graphics cards. Intel is making a lot of different things, and that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. So I think they do have potential. I think that they can actually continue to grow. You said you can't hear me on Discord? Let me make sure. I mean, who said that? Pete said that. Pete, remember, whenever you can't hear me on Discord, it's always going to be due to the fact of no sound. Wait, we got two people saying no sound. Wait, that's more than one. Instantly, my quadcast is input device. Output device is my computer. Let me see. Somebody talk. If you can, please, clan. If you can, please. So to set up those boxes in terms of like this right here, remember this is all just on the Discord. The first thing I want you guys to learn is how to set up these boxes here, which is the free video that I taught for the YouTube. So you can hear John. Okay, everybody check your audio settings. Okay, everybody, remember, check your audio settings if you can't hear me on the Discord. Sometimes Discord, for some reason, just switches the audio. I'm not too sure why, but yeah, it's a little annoying. Make sure your input devices, your mic, like your microphone or, you know, whatever you're speaking through. And then your output device is going to be your headset or your laptop or the monitor screen, right? Whatever you're using for speakers. But yeah, everybody. So watch the video, go on my YouTube channel, and go to my playlist. Once you guys go to my playlist, the first thing you're going to see here is, let's go ahead and click my channel. And then let's go to playlist. The first thing you're going to see is Silo Styles. Go ahead and watch part 1, part 2, and you guys should be good to go. Test it, right? Paper trade with it. See if it works. And if you can see that one of my trading styles that I teach works, and you could be consistent with it, you'll see how all the other ones are pretty much the same thing. This is not trying to convince you. In the beginning, I really was trying to convince people that this stuff works, but there's no need to convince anybody no more. You know, whether or not you believe in it, that's your duty to figure out. For everybody else who's currently using it or trying to learn it, just understand that all this stuff does work. If you want to hear my interpretation of it, you just need to understand how it works, because they all work a little different from one another. And then when you combine them all, because they work a little bit differently from one another, it kind of kills all the gray areas that exist every single day. And it allows you to not need to invest, you know, every 5, 10, 20 minutes. You always know when to buy, when's the best time. For example, like look at my screen here, right? When the market fell out the sky on SPY, you're hitting a specific area where I specifically have this right here that's saying to play calls here, right above 681, right? So, yeah, just think about it like that, really. Think about it like that. And then today you held on it as well. If we run up to the pink one here, we're probably going to play puts. And if it falls down first, probably play calls. But this thing is going to extend. I'm talking about this thing looks like it's either going to pop down to like here and then do something crazy, or this thing is going to do the opposite to the upside. But that doesn't mean you guys should get a straddle. Do not buy straddles. Straddles basically mean you have no idea what you're doing. Anytime you hear a YouTuber or anybody online saying that, or anybody saying that they make money with straddles, just understand they have no idea what they're doing. If you're making money with straddles, that's one interpretation, one way of making money. It doesn't cement your ability. In fact, you're going to have to wait weeks and months at times because you're waiting for that one right setup. You know what I mean? That's the problem with that. It's not the fact that it doesn't work. It's the fact that it works so irregularly, and it's just too much risk involved with it. You might as well know what direction the market is going to move in, because now it kind of allows you to have some type of confidence and composure. If it's just random and you don't know what's going on, again, you're not going to believe in yourself, so you're not going to be able to really make money. Remember, belief is the most important thing. That's the first aspect of you becoming a great trader. You got to believe that you can. So let's go back to the reversal points. And what we're looking for, everybody, is you to run up to the C plus setup, if not the B plus or the A. So again, I'm looking for a B, maybe a C, but in the B's, the A, potentially A plus. When Powell speaks, I'm just looking for A plus, which is number 5. So yeah, we're just waiting on those. By the way, everybody, I apologize for my voice and for, not going live as much as I normally do. Normally we're live for like 16 hours a day, 17 sometimes. I've only been live for maybe 12, 10, just a little sick. So once this goes away, we'll be back right on top of it. 16 hours, 20 hours a day live, charting, fixing stuff, and trying to go further, really. You tried on the iPad, no audio? Okay, let me check. Maybe I broke something. Wait, who just spoke right there? Culinary, can you hear me? The hell is happening here? Technical difficulties. My mic is submitted for input. My output is my TV. Yeah, I mean, unless I should mic test. Yeah, this is so weird. I have no idea how to fix this. This never happened before. Options, stop streaming, change stream quality. Okay, so let me go to permissions inside the voice chat. Permissions, who can speak in here? Manage, okay, so view Prodigy tier, view channel, manage channel, you guys can't manage. Connect to the voice chat, you guys are allowed to speak. You guys are allowed to use priority. Okay, so use voice activity. Send messages. Okay, you guys are allowed to do that. Yeah, there's nothing. It says automated moderation makes monitoring text chats and voice channels easier. Enable auto mod. Maybe they added a new setting. This permission will stop granting the ability to pin messages. Read history, use activities, no. Huh. Is my mic broken? Let me check. Maybe the bunny. But then again, the YouTube could hear me. Sometimes the bunny bites my fucking wires. But I'm not too sure. Literally, the YouTube settings, like, okay, so whenever I go live on YouTube, the audio that it's capturing from my mic, like you guys, as you guys can hear me on the YouTube, the Discord is pretty much the same thing. Like, look. So I have no idea. Quadcast, which is the mic, and then the output device, which is the TV. I don't like wearing headsets no more. You get that damn bump on your damn head. Got a goddamn, concaving, indent on your skull. I've been wearing headsets for so many years. I'm just like, nah. Just in case. But yeah, this is all like global attention. Lower the voice of other applications by this percent when somebody is speaking. When I speak, when others speak. Input sensitivity. See how it's like lighting up here? Hello? Hello? Yeah, I can hear myself. Yeah, I literally think it might be just everybody's... Not yet. Everybody knows about the bunny. Okay, so let me disconnect from here, and then let me rejoin back up. So let me disconnect. How about now? What's happening here? You good now? Are we good? You can hear me? Okay, so boom, we're good now. Alright, bet. You think it was I have no idea what just happened. That was so weird. Back to what we were saying before, everybody. First things first, make your CS zones. Remember, you have to use all trading styles. You got to be active. You got to be on the move. You got to be not stuck in one location or in one spot. Think about it like that. So let's get a move on here. Beautiful CS zone right there, which is what you're above currently. Market looks like you might switch to the downside here. What is this, SPY? Let me refresh this. Where's the damn supply and demand zones? Where did I put them? I'm asking you guys, like you guys gonna tell me, but I'm trying to, think out loud here. I'm sorry. There you go. What just happened? Oh, that was Monza. I heard a loud ass beep. I was like, what in the world? It's all good, Monza. I just thought my computer broke because the screen went black. Okay, everybody. So remember, you're above the supply and demand zone. If you're above the yellow, you're going to run up higher. So potentially what I want to see here is if it's just going to stay stuck around here, if it's going to go lower, what do you do? How do you know? It's kind of like yesterday, right? You tend to fall into it, fall beneath it, run on top of it, then go lower. So right now, all you want to see is basically you want to go beneath it, run into here, and lower. That's one of the the ways you could play the downside. Another way that you could play the downside, of course, is, again, just let this run up a little bit higher. Once it runs up a little bit higher, we should see some type of shutdown to here. So, again, these are both bearish ideas, right? They're not bullish ideas. This is basically thinking the market's going to fall down lower. So let's go ahead and color code it now to red, of course. And then if we're trying to make a bullish example, how would you play the calls here? Well, the calls, you would basically play it by buying calls beneath the yellow. So you would wait for it to drop beneath the yellow, and then you would buy these calls to potentially go up higher. The only thing is you have to watch out for this downside, right? That's really it. In the act of you buying the calls, if it drops down again, you can't theoretically therefore then just say, you know what I mean, that boom, something's going to go your direction, it's going to work out. You can't really say that because, of course, it already occurred earlier, right? So what you want to say now is, and how you want to look at this is, if you're buying right here, this is not the best location to buy. This is like a C setup. So, again, what you want is the market to choose the upside. Choose and show you that this is actually confirming more upside. If it's not choosing it and it's not confirming, there's no point to hop into any trade, any direction. You know what I mean? We got to be real methodical with this. Good morning, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? Baba's been going a little crazy recently. I'm waiting for Baba to fall down to like 112, 120 again. Last time we bought Baba, which I guess I should preface this by saying what Baba is in the first place. Baba is like the Chinese version of Amazon, right? So it's just China's interpretation of it. Of course, that means they sell a lot of stuff. They ship a lot of stuff. They have a lot of business. They make tons of money. And it is personally my favorite Chinese stock. Personally. I love Baba. I love like the flying car stocks from China, like EH, right? What else? That's pretty much all, really. Just Baba and EH right now. I'm not really looking at nothing else. And with EH, its competitor in the US is going to be Joby. So I guess we could take a look at Joby. I haven't looked at Joby since like 2 years. Or actually, no. We looked at Joby the other day, I believe. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, let's go take a look at Joby. Joby. I believe that's the stock ticker. And by the way, everybody, I want you to understand the reason why I remember all this stuff. It looks cool. It feels cool. Like when I remember stuff and I'm saying it out loud and I don't need to search nothing up. But the reason why I got to this level and got to this point was just from taking notes. So like I started my own Discord, and this is something that I suggest you guys should do. Start your own Discord, open up your own server, have everything laid out, indicators, styles, trading styles, different markets like futures, crypto. Put all your information in one location because it allows your brain to compress the information and jump to the next level. If you don't compress the information and you don't organize everything into one location, you're never going to be able to adapt and build with that like that idea of compression. You know what I mean? Compressed air, compress this, compress that. The idea of compression, right? The idea that you can take something and force it down into something smaller, right, is insane. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's wild to think about. But when it comes to this, just think about it like that. You just got to compress. Compress, 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 simplify. And that's pretty much all. So, Joby ran up viciously. This was this year, October 2025, and then you fell down to $12. So I actually ended up getting puts here. The problem was my puts did not have enough time, so we took a loss on them. Joby was actually one of the companies we took a loss on earlier, like in the summertime. We started buying it literally right around here. I didn't buy every single red circle, so the red circles, they basically were an interpretation as to what I believed the market would do based off of what it did before over here. So the circles are basically King's Point from the past, which is the left side. It's just they're not really made that well. I didn't really organize them, or I didn't really fix this or finish it. But yeah, it looks like you're holding real nicely on this previous box here, which is from this high. And then of course, if you're trying to figure out what's the next high, just take the first massive up and down. And then boom, now we know that Joby is going to want to run up to 23. It ran up to here. Nice steady staircase down to the bottom. That looks like a bad point to buy calls at, which is the top. We could buy calls at the midpoint here. So yeah, let's buy calls right here. If Joby falls down, we could paper trade this. Because again, we don't give financial advice. This is all educational only. So we could potentially look for some upside right around down here. $9. Oh yeah, we did have another put play here. I remember this actually now. So I actually got two puts. One here, which we were profitable on, but we took a loss. And then we got another one right around here, right around the 17s. It was like 17 or 15, somewhere right around here. And we took a loss on both of them. So that's stuff that we want to acknowledge and we want to bring up. We want to talk about it, make a conversation about it, because this is how we're going to improve next. We got to figure out what happened here and what we could have done so that next time when it does happen, we know what to do properly. You know? That's how you want to chart. We could look at a couple more companies. I want to see SMCI because we bought calls for it. Yeah, you're still literally at the bottom. So again, we bought calls all the way over here on November 20th. And it looks like you are turning just like we thought. You're curving upwards. It's just, this looks really shitty. This looks like terrible. It looks like you might just collapse here and potentially get some other type of push from the bottom end down here. This does not look proper compared to over here, the left side, right? The left side, it looks really, really, really good. Nice pulls up and down, kind of like some type of balance here. Right here is just straight up slow, sluggish, but it's bullish. And when you tend to get those type of moves, it tends to just kill both sides of the contracts, really. I mean, yes, the calls are going to go up, of course, but only short-dated calls that you have like a couple days out, and you're only like one strike out. If you have calls for like up here, you're just losing value every single day because of how slow it's moving. Because of how it moved prior. That's how you could tell, by the way. It's like, how do you understand speed in any type of market? Just look at what it did last time when it fell down to this area. Look how fast it was. Look how aggressive it was. And then look at what it's doing now. This is not normal. So it looks like there's going to be some type of large snap in either direction. So what we're going to do here is let's take a look at our SMCI. And I might just pull the plug here just so I could take back whatever capital I have left. Currently right now we're down. So we spent on SMCI $450 total. It's a $45 strike price. We have 2 more weeks on it. and you're at $34. So exactly what I just said is exactly what's going on with my contracts right now. It was the correct direction. We were right. But it doesn't want to pull up or use that momentum that it had from the left side. So we're going to pull the plug here. Even if there's a move tomorrow, again, how much time do we have left? Actually, let's wait for tomorrow. Let's wait after FOMC, just like NVIDIA. Sometimes it slips my brain. But again, let's just wait for NVIDIA. Wait for SMCI after Powell. And then we'll pull the plug on it. I just want to see what the FOMC is going to do to the market. And then after that, yeah, we'll probably sell it later today. If not tomorrow. But again, on that SMCI option, we paid $450. Currently, the value is at around $100. So right now we're down $345, $340. We paid $30 each, and right now they're at $7. I mean, they're not really at $7. The bid is insanely large. It's $3 to $10. So, meaning how much capital I have right now could be double. It's just the bid is really wide, so you can't really tell until we get more price action, really. Okay, so we're down on SMCI, which was, remember, from November. And then AMD we're also down on $215, which is just 30%. We paid $690 in total. Currently, they're around $480. And this expires in January 2026. Towards the end of the month. I bet. Perfect. And then we have the SMCI. Then we have NVIDIA, Target, QQQ, DJI. Sorry, DJT. But yeah, everybody. Baba. So last time we bought Baba, we basically, it's Shop City until FOMC announcement. Yeah, pretty much. That's usually what they always do. They usually just like pull you into one direction or the other until then. Remember, for Baba, we bought it at around 112 and we sold it around 180. So we're not going to buy it until you fall down to like 120, maybe. Maybe. It just depends. Because I got to do some research on China. I haven't researched China recently, so I had to see what's going on with their housing sector, as well as, you know, any type of political change in terms of their stock market. Usually it starts destroying their stocks. With China, it's like a whole basket of different problems that you got to basically worry about. Very similar to markets around the world, which is basically also the reason why we learned how to trade the Japanese markets, is because we took what we learned from the U.S., applied it to their markets, which is, you know, it's different psychology. Yes, all humans have a similar form of psyche, right? Psychology, right? Let's just say how they think, how they act, how they go about society, right? Yes, it's very, very different. However, ladies and gentlemen, at our core, it's all the same. It really is all the same at the core. When it comes to bad patterns, when it comes to people who gamble, when it comes to homeless, when it comes to certain issues, right? It's a habit that most humans, if not any human, could obtain and, you know, kind of have in terms of living. So what you want to understand here is, if at a person's core, where they're not masking themselves or hiding who they are, if their core states a certain thing in terms of ideas, concepts, structure, building, inventions, you can basically find out how to trade their markets, because you can put yourself in their shoes. You see? That right there is all I'm trying to say. This is just a giant situation of you putting yourself in another person's shoes. It allows you to see the world through their eyes, not with some type of blindfold. And yeah, that's pretty much all, everybody. Yeah, so the market's still just stuck here. We're still just waiting. All right, everybody. So I'm going to have to head to the bank real quick. I got to take care of something. And the second I get back from the bank, we will continue to trade back and forth here. Until I get back, I'm just going to be sending some notes into the Discord. For the YouTube, the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to show you the box style in terms of like when we made the video. And then I want to show you how it's working. This was the video I'm referring to on my channel. So remember, everybody, we told you about the upside. We told you about the downside. We told you how we're going to go about playing it in terms of our perspective and what we're thinking. Why is there a giant ass red circle right there? That shouldn't be there. Sorry, this thing just caught me off guard. I'm just like, what is this doing here? Let me see. Did I put it here on purpose? Maybe I see now. I was copying. You see how like the circle's at the top? I just copied it. Okay, so this circle right here is not supposed to be red. This circle right here is supposed to be green because you're running above the wedge, which is this pink line, and you're now holding on it. So let's go ahead and grab this and change the color before we forget. Once again. And then that's really much all. It's crazy, right? How we made the video a couple days ago and it's still working now. Like you hit this area up here, you fell. You keep hitting this lower area by the call plays and you're running up. And like in the middle is basically where we're avoiding the market. We're not really trying to trade anywhere like in here. You know what I mean? Yesterday we kind of had to because you were just stuck there. But today is kind of like you're below the grid. You're below. So this is perfect because now I can see you shift above. I can see you run through this. And yeah, this should be pretty nice. We can actually update one thing about this. We can add a new wedge, which is from these highs right here. Boom. And then we'll go to yesterday's high. And then we'll see if it passes above it. Let me shorten this line actually. Shorten it to like right here. Oh, and then you have another one at the bottom. That looks really, really, really nice. Yeah, look at that. Wow. And that's exactly where you held on this morning. And pre-market. Just holding on this line over here. Yeah, so you're just stuck inside here. It's definitely going to shift, everybody. It's going to shift up here or straight down to here. So how do you play it? As a reversal player, let the move occur first. Then we play the move right after. We just got to make sure we can judge when the market's slowing down, when it's changing directions, and when we can have a potential V-shape, you see? That's all. That's all it is. What's today's date? Today's Wednesday? Today's Wednesday, wow. Okay. Wednesday. Yeah, you're doing the same thing as gold. Literally, I kid you not, SPY is mimicking gold perfectly right here. I kid you not, it's the same thing. That's so funny. That's also a really good idea for trading futures. If we stop buying into entries at those points and we get into entries at those points instead, it would always yield results that are a little bit more satisfactory than just randomly trying to scalp futures and getting stuck inside of a trade. You know what I mean? It's just futures is a whole nother animal. It's easier to trade than options, 100%. It's just a lot of moving parts. You know what's crazy? It's less moving parts than the option for futures. Less moving parts. But the weight behind each and every one of those little parts is very significant. Versus with options, it's kind of like more spread it about, in terms of paying attention to certain aspects. But with futures, again, you got to pay attention to fewer aspects, but it's just more important, more difficult. Which, is the reason why, I guess, psychologically, it's a little bit harder to, trust oneself. Because, with futures traders, me getting funded in 7 days after I just started trading futures after a month, is ridiculous. You know? Like, that is ridiculous. So, how I'm trying to think about this is, it's ridiculous, yes, but how can we make this consistent every single time for every single student going into the future? What is that that baseline, like like the baseline of operation? What are you looking at? What are you thinking? What are you trading? When do you cut losses? Because it's different from options. So basically, everything that I built for this whole entire Discord, I have to build it again, but with the interpretation of futures. All we're doing right now is simply copying and using something from options and applying it to futures, and it's working. But I could see how it could work better, which is so exciting. Do you guys understand what I just said to you? That means there is some type of way that we can improve here and get better. Like I told you guys before, I don't worry about winning. I worry about adapting to any single situation. That's how you should be and think as a trader. It's just adapting. Everything else is just a process of adapting, you know? Success is merely just us moving, living, and breathing. Just like that. So make sure you think about that deep down, you know? Again, everybody, success. The idea of success, it's just based off of you living and breathing. You're already successful. In terms of any type of spiritual stuff, you guys should also understand and recognize the fact that a lot of people chase awakenings, but they don't understand that them chasing something is what was wrong all along. Same thing with stock trading. People chase something, and it was the wrong thing to chase all along. So understand what you're chasing, because you'll understand if it's something that you should be doing, almost as if you could predict the future and tell what's going to happen, just like how I thought I could at one point. And I then tested myself to see if it was true. And yeah, it was true. It was always right underneath my nose. It was always the most simplest thing to understand. So yeah, consider it. Think about it. Let me know what you guys think about that. By the way, good morning, everybody. You said keep the large arrow is more easier to follow what I'm doing. Hell yeah. There we go. I'll remember that. Why do I smell like... I don't know why the hell I just started to smell like lobster right now. Or crabs. Do you guys like that? They're kind of like the cockroaches of the water when you really think about it. But I don't know. I just like... Shit. That shit tastes so amazing. That's not saying I would eat a cockroach. I would never fucking do that. I hate those things. But I don't know why. I just started thinking about it. I kind of want to get something. Sorry, this is like my interior brain thinking right now. Out loud. And by the way, it doesn't smell fishy or some shit like that. That's not what I'm saying. Oh, God. Just opened up a can of worms. Nah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, nah. Like, it's like, you know when you're at, like, a damn table or, like, a fiesta, like, an all-you-could-eat buffet place, and they got the damn crabs? Nah, yeah. I be going crazy on those things. Yo, the second I be seeing them pull it out, straight to where they're at. Instantly grab a plate, grab like 2 or 3 of them. Mr. Krabs? Oh, man. Yo, I remember I watched this funny-ass video where it was like a parody of SpongeBob. And they... Oh, my God. They were cooking Mr. Krabs. It was so weird. It was like, what am I watching? That AI stuff is getting crazy. All right, everybody, let me go. I'm going to keep talking nonstop. Seems like I can't stop yapping here. Um, yeah, I'm gonna go to the bank, sort this out, figure this out, get the situation situated, and then later on, can you talk more a bit about Hawaii? No, yeah, sure. If you want, I can go over it real quick, and then we'll talk more about it later. It's exciting, you know. It makes stuff like really fun for me. So with Hawaii, it's one reason, right? When people go on trips, like for example, when I went on my trips, I shouldn't have went on my trips. I should have stayed home. I should have financially gauged what I wanted to do, came up with a plan, and, you know, did it correctly. The fact that I didn't do it correctly, it allowed me to see everything that was wrong with what I was doing. And looking at it with, you know, like a third perspective, like an outside type of body experience, the one thing I want to do here is I want to make it contain all the great elements of me going on my trips, like all the moments, all the fun little bits. And at the same time, I want this to be something that everybody loves, right? I don't want you to come here and then a week into the trip, you're just like, oh, I don't want to go back home, or damn, like we're going back home now. You know what I mean? No, 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 no. You should not be talking like that. You guys have to understand that every day is a vacation. So what we're merely doing here is showing you how every day is literally just a vacation. Whether you're home in your state, whether you're across the world, doesn't matter. Every day is the best day. And yeah, that's really what I want to show you guys with this trip. So we're going to be teaching you on the trip. We're going to be trading on the trip. We have a little convention center where I'm going to be doing a little talk with the Hawaiians, as well as, you know, some of you who join from, you know, whatever state you're from. And aside from those conventions, like where we're going to be just talking about how I trade, how I went about doing stuff, how I go about structuring my charts, we're then just going to have some fun on the island, you know, pretty much. We're going to buy the house. We're going to trade from the house. It's just, I have to make sure my, you know, tendencies of slacking off don't creep in here. That's really it. That's what's going to stop us, is me. Not you guys, it's me. So, again, the purpose is to have a fun trip. To acknowledge that every day is a vacation. Really. To feel what I felt. Because you guys, there's a feeling that you get when you're on a trip, and you could, literally, the week before you went on the trip, you made the money for the trip. Your trip is already paid off. And then on the trip, you just made another 2, 3, 4,000. There's a different feeling up you get as a person. You really feel unlimited. You really feel unstoppable. You're really confident. You know, each step you take when you walk outside is a smile. You know, it's like a ground pounding, you know, slam every step you take, just because of the weight of you as a person. So what I've realized is when I got into that mind frame of being able to see that, like when I first noticed that, because it didn't happen on my other trips because I forced them. I was spending money I shouldn't have. I was taking out loans from a firm when I shouldn't have. I was doing stupid shit when I was, you know, just fed up with my own inconsistencies. That's really what it was. It was just I was very inconsistent, and I was never able to just man up to myself, really. So, yeah, everybody, it's a lot of life lessons, really. And that's the best part about it. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be so much fun. It sounds kind of like sad and depressing right now, but of how I guess I'm explaining it. But it's not, you know. It's like the learning lesson. So, yeah. Buy the house, go to Hawaii, teach, convention center, enjoy the trip, skydiving, maybe. I really want to go skydiving so bad. I never went yet because I want to do it in Hawaii. I want that to be my first place, and then I want to try to see if I can do it around the world, different countries and stuff like that. And yeah, I really want to get my pilot's license. I want to be able to literally jump out of a plane and, you know, not need a person with me. And that's pretty much it. I love that type of stuff, you know. I just never been able to have the money for it or do it. And then once I got the money from it or for it, I was just like, you know what? Let's make this like the best possible experience, you know. Let's not just have an experience. Let's make the best possible experience. And yeah, somehow throughout all these years, it's still pointing to Hawaii, which is so funny. But yeah, that's really all. Now, how much is this gonna cost? Okay, so this is what matters right now. What matters is me hitting that $1 million number. Because if I can hit the $1 million number, my goal, I'll pay for everybody's trip. That's no problem, right? But if I don't hit that $1 million goal, of course I still want to go to Hawaii. Like, let's just say we're at like 700K or 300K, 400K in January. It's not the end of the world. We could still have a little trip and enjoy it. Maybe we don't skydive, right? Maybe it's not the moment for it. Maybe we don't do certain things. It might not be the moment for it, but that's okay. We'll just try to enjoy it to the best of our ability and, again, make money. We're going to be trading in Hawaii in the morning from about 6 a.m. all the way to about 9. Their markets open up about 4 a.m. So we're going to miss the first hour every morning. And we're just going to be trading the kind of like the main chunk of the day. And then the last hour, which is around 9 p.m., we're just going to be doing cheap trades, like on $1 million account, just like how I did when I was in Hawaii last time. And that's pretty much the structure of it. But here's the thing. I wasn't trading futures last time. You guys know that, right? Like, I was not trading futures last time. So imagine now when we could trade throughout the whole day. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is going to be insane. And we're all in one group, in one setting. And you guys could see what I'm doing personally. Like, my hands, when I swipe up on my phone, because I literally just mainly use my phone. Even when it comes to futures trading, I mean, I kind of like the computer better with futures trading, because you kind of have to just be like back and forth, back and forth. You have to watch everything. But yeah, I think this is going to be insane. We just missed the put chance. Are we going to get into a call for SPY? Remember, everybody, you technically never miss anything if it can happen again. If the bus is just going to go by a minute early and you got there a minute late, you just got to wait for the next bus. There's always going to be buses, though. Unless there's a crazy ass, storm or something. But again, that's the news. That's the events. That's the catastrophes that happen throughout the world that, mess with the market. It's kind of like the weather. So think about it like that. Never, ever technically miss a chance. Never. We just might be a little late. We just might be a little early, There's always going to be another one. So again, everybody, you fell to 1.5. You held. You swung up to the upside, or you could say to the middle of this box, which is the CS zone. Let's go ahead and watch this video real quick. You got your 30%. Excellent, Cody. I was just about to ask which one of the students got into a call there. Excellent, Cody. Remember, everybody, it's always the same stuff. It's always the same thing. So just remember that. It's always the same thing. When you buy, when you sell, when Cody buys, when he sells, when I buy, when I sell, when Culinary buys, when he sells. It's always the same stuff. You said like fishing with a grenades. That's hilarious. You said like fishing with a grenade. Oh man. Where's the video? All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and go into here. And then we got to go there. And we got to go here. And then I have to join the Discord with my second account here. Share my screen and share my audio. All right, everybody. let's get on with our daily motivational video. This is number 32. This guy's actually one of the YouTubers I watch consistently. Funny as hell. But he just gambles. He's literally the only person I would watch gamble because of how fun he makes it. It's just always an experience watching him. So if you guys want to watch him, try checking out his YouTube. It's a little change of pace. Just like that. You can never technically say you've lived. Sometimes we're living in these bodies that, you know what I mean? That we're just moving. We're just, flowing with life, really. Letting the wind take us where we go, right? And it's only through hard and difficult moments, people passing or, stuff that really puts a little burn on you, that makes you realize these. What is all this? Checkpoint? Looking back at your 2025 on Discord. What? What the fuck is this? You were the top 16% for messages sent on Discord? What, is that like people? Like in the world? There's no way. There's no way. That's not a good sign. Come on. The damn eyes. What is this? Is this like a recap? You were in 25% or 28% of Discord voice chat. You were in the top 28% of Discord voice chatters worldwide. Sorry, I can't read sometimes. The places on Discord that you were called home in 2025. Hours in voice chat, 42 hours. There's no way it was just 42 hours in voice chat. I was here for like thousands. But that's my boy's server right there. The Discord friends you spent the most time with this year. Sounds about right, everybody. Again, these are the people who want it. These are the people who, they're after it. They chase it. They might not be there yet, but they're certainly chasing it. And this shows you. This is actually kind of cool. But one person was always your go-to. Who do you guys think it is? Who is it? There's no way. Place your guesses. Place your guesses. Ready? Slug. Let me take a picture and send it to him. Wait, what the hell did I just do? Come on. If this is not a sign from the universe, I don't know what is. Where's Slug? Where's his Discord? Sluggo. Boom. What's next? Start earning orbs and in-game stuff. Your checkpoint review. What is this? What am I even doing here? Alright, let's go over here. Remember, that's my other Discord account. That's not my main Discord account. That's the Adam. So, Silo, I want to see who's like the main people on Silo. Danny, so with Culinary and Danny, I talk to them mostly on the phone. So, they're not really going to pop up. But yeah, Culinary and Danny, I definitely talk to them the most. That's 100%. It's like an everyday thing now. It's been like that for literally almost 2 years now. But yeah, this is so cool. All right, let's go back. Let's stop sharing the audio. Let's go here. We can leave the other Discord now. Sorry, I know I was supposed to leave to the bank, but as you guys could tell, I really do have a problem with talking to you guys. It's just so much fun. Can't you tell? You know what's crazy to me? We didn't get into one trade yet, but we still have X amount of individuals on the YouTube. That's really awesome. I hope you guys understand that. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys for showing up. I know today is probably not what you want. I know you guys probably want more trades. But, you know, I'm happy you're here. FOMC. Come on now, Cody. Last time we went wild. Let me tell ya, we went crazy on FOMC. I cannot wait for it. This is going to be so much fun. We had, I'm pretty sure, 0 losses. I could be wrong, because sometimes we tend to do something aggressive. But I'm almost 1,000% certain that we had 0 losses last time. And we were also trading futures at the same time, so that was really, really, really cool. Remember, everybody, if you guys are still in the chat and anybody joins up late and they ask about, trades or anything, just let them know I'll be back. Just had to go on a little errand. And, yeah. Thank you, guys. What's good, everybody? All right. Just give me 1 second. I got these heavy ass clothes on. Yeah, that shit took so long. I got them knocked out at the damn bank. Waiting for them. Why do I have so many things in my pocket? God damn. Okay, let's get over with that. That's done. That's done. And why do I keep getting so much mail from Charles Schwab? What is this? They send me a damn... I gotta take off that paper thing. They're sending me so much paper and like mail for like every account. So like once every 2 months, or like every 3 months sometimes. Like they'll send me like 30 pieces of mail. I'm like, what is even happening here? Alright, let's finish up the CS zones real quick. Alright, everybody. So you're in a call zone right now. Calls. I repeat. And we got 2 more minutes for Powell. You guys know who I'm going to watch. Let's go ahead and let's go visit Josh's channel. Where's the button for it? Here you go.
What's it called? There's going to be a big difference between how he sounds and what is read. So he might do that again. He might literally, it's going to read one way. We're going to see the dot plot. And then after that, yeah, it's just going to be about what Powell wants to do. Because remember, people were feeling good last time and it seemed pretty okay. But then Powell did come in with the not a foregone conclusion. So watch out for that.
God,
watch
I just
out
made
for January
6,000.
hints. Watch out for June
What
hints.
just happened right there?
And then if
that was the
start
fastest gold
to
trade
play
I've
the
ever just
pause
had.
game, you are going to get another reaction
What
there as
in the
well.
world?
So get ready. Yeah, crypto too. I mean, considering how I'm moving. All right, less than 30 seconds. Good luck, baby.
That was $5,000 right there.
Shout out Chattadonia. It's here.
All right, everybody, remember, let the market hit number 4 and 5. It does it every time. We're coming for you, pal. Get ready.
I'm excited, bro. The last Fed meeting of the year. There will only be 3
I'm looking
more
at
Powells
684 puts.
Maybe arguably 2. So get ready. Get ready.
I'm getting 10 684 puts here.
2, 1. Burp. And we're off. 3.1 on the Fed funds rate. So yeah, 3 cuts priced in. Decision 375. They cut. Unemployment rate of 4.4. Let's just go take a look at the PDF. I'm going to go to the projection before the statement. So September. Ooh, yeah, they think the economy is going to do good. They're not worried about inflation lower. Oh, shit. What the fuck? These guys. Wait, no, that has to be is that the other one? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, no fucking way. Hold up. Yeah, no, it's still a GDP up.
Yo.
Wait a minute.
I swear, this guy.
Federal funds rate 3.4. It's a little bit higher. Why? What is?
Wow, look at that.
Is that 2024? No. Yeah, that was the right one. No fucking way. Yeah, 3.1.
What, $2,000?
Inflation's lower, dude. So yeah, this is perfect. What the fuck? They now see GDP at 2.3. Yeah, that's odd. So they're not worried about unemployment. This is where it's going to get weird. Let's go see the dots right now. But for now, oh, you have a bigger outlier. That's fucking Moran. But yeah, that's different than that projection. So a couple of the guys went down, but then you had a couple more people go a little bit lower. So that is pretty dovish for right now. You got to wait till Powell bats it down. They removed description of unemployment rate is low. Bond buying to be limited to shorter-term treasuries. Goolsbee and Schmidt dissented in no cut. Moran dissented in favor of half a point cut. 9-3. So you only had, 3 dissents? That wasn't as bad. All right, let me go to this statement. That's surprising. I think it wasn't as hawkish, bro.
By the way, everybody, I'm not paying attention to a single thing they're talking about.
That was not as hawkish, surprisingly.
When you're trading, you don't need to.
So available indicators suggest economy has been expanding at moderate pace.
You just have to have your technicals done.
Unemployment rate has edged
and
up.
as long as your technicals are done,
September.
boom,
So yeah, they
set.
didn't say anything about it being low or not. So that's a little bit more supportive of the cuts. And then they did start saying about purchases.
We're up $2,000 here.
They're going to start buying treasury bills on December 12th.
21%.
Okay, that was the unexpected part. Remember I was telling you there was a low chance that they were going to bring that up? They
you guys
actually
can move up your
brought
stop losses just in case.
So yeah, they're going to be
I think
buying
this is gonna slam out the
bonds
sky.
now.
You should be able to
It was a
to the
dovish
bottom
cut.
now.
I would argue
if not, if it runs
this
up again,
this does not read hawkish yet.
Don't play with this. If it runs up again, that means we're getting another opportunity.
Somewhat elevated. We're reading for a bar. seeks to achieve uncertainty about the economic outlook remains elevated.
Not a big move.
We need to tend to risk on both sides of the dual mandate in support of its
No,
goal
yeah,
in
but you
light
don't really
of
need a
the
big move to make
shift
some
the
money.
balance of risk
You could have a little
in
tiny move.
considering the extent and
tiny-
timing.
Something not
So
too,
look, this is the
insane.
OG phrase though. That's your hawkishness. It wasn't. It could have been more hawkishness, but they still have it in there. So that's what you got to watch out for. Yeah. So it's still somewhat in there, but again, the dot plot, the terminal, the unemployment, and PCE, none of that indicates that we're
11 more minutes.
that we're scared of your boy.
11 more minutes, everybody.
Honestly, it
Every
doesn't even
15
seem
minutes,
like
trends
it doesn't seem
change
that bad
on
for
Powell.
Bassett.
Remember that every
If he is
15
gonna
minutes.
come
So let's do this.
The economy will take into account
Let's go ahead and post this trade.
Moran, Goolsby, and Schmid. So 3 dissents. You again, people were thinking you were gonna get 5, so that wasn't that bad. The Fed's again, you have it's literally 3 cuts though, so that didn't change, and then everything else is good. It's weird that they said that the unemployment rate either remained low or high. Which one was it? But yeah, watch gold and silver off of this, and then the dollar. But you gotta wait to see Powell's attitude.
Tweaking off of this.
That's weird. That
I'm
wasn't
gonna
as
show you guys the
hawkish
gold
though.
chart right now. I'll also show you how I
I mean,
made
you got
5,000
everything
within
you
like 2
expected.
seconds.
I would argue that you just didn't get as many
That thing just
hawkish
literally.
views that you
It looked
could
like a
have
good
had.
buy. So
I remember you. I don't know if you guys saw it. I had
got
to
into
click
it,
back and make
and
sure
the
I
thing
was
just
on the right one.
launched right up.
That's
I wasn't paying
what
attention
I'm
to 2
saying,
o'clock,
bro.
so
They're
that's something
saying
we're
the
gonna have to write down
economy's
for the
gonna
gold
go
trade
up,
later.
Unemployment range.
Next
is gonna
FOMC, we're gonna
chill.
acknowledge that
Unemployment will
because it's
get
gonna help
better
us
in
out.
2027, and then they didn't think it's gonna move from last time. But then again, they have the same exact setup. So you got to think about it. It's they could argue if he wants to, he could still bat this down because then he could just play the game and they could say, well, yeah, we didn't have the data. We still took it as risk management. You got in light of what's it called, or in the timing of future adjustments. They hit you with that line. That's the hawkish part. But the statement, it could have read more hawkish. The dot plot could have been more hawkish. But they think inflation is going down. But that had to be one dot. Let me see if I can find that one.
Again, everybody, we're gonna look for more puts the second you get right next to number 4 again,
Very interesting.
just like before. Let me see. Then, because if gold's listening to SPY like this is something I haven't really tested too much. Gold's reactions to SPY's move on FOMC. It's interesting.
I don't know. You could see this is where look at the central tendency. Get rid of the high and low. If you got rid of the outliers, this still reads pretty fucking dovish. So yeah, I think he might add a little bit more doubt, but I'm leaning towards this was a dovish cut. Where's the bonds? The bonds should catch a bid if that was the case. But then again, if the bonds catch too much of a bid, that was one of those scenarios where it gets a little too hawkish. Let's compare it to the last one. Yeah, so you see what I'm saying here? Let's pull them up side by side. So you had one person, this was the last one. Or no, this is the new one. You had one more person. One person said we should be higher. One more person went lower. And then everything pretty much was the same. And then one of these guys dropped off. One of these guys got converted. So that's it. One went higher, one went lower, and then one went really low. That's it. So that's what it kind of makes sense. That's why I'm saying look at the
Remember,
central
you got to get as many trades as possible. Don't force it. Don't hold too long.
Generally,
you know what I mean? If you're intentionally
they didn't change anything
looking
else.
for this market to drop out the sky and fall to a certain point,
honestly, I view this as
give it a second,
positivity for for Hassett. I think that's the real story until Powell fucks this up, because essentially I
got a 676 put.
This is that.
No,
that was
sorry.
a lot
677
better. Like,
put,
if I was
everybody.
Kevin Hassett, and think about it, we were just talking mutiny. This is nothing.
We're gonna
close
give
to
this
mutiny.
probably like
If
30
anything,
minutes.
Now you got
So
one
we're gonna
person,
hold that just in case the market falls out the sky.
Think you're gonna go is 4, but then somebody flipped
then
lower. That could have. Oh, John Williams.
Let's buy into another set of puts here.
Duh.
Maybe 684s
Yeah,
again.
that was your parachute.
If not, potentially
to be honest.
683s.
This is dovish, dude. But again, I think that might backfire if the bonds get fucked up a little bit. But for now, everybody was prepared for a more hawkish outcome. I would argue that this is dovish. And you're getting the fucking buying of treasuries.
I'm looking at SPX options right now.
That wasn't supposed to come up.
I don't normally trade SPX with you guys.
Yeah,
I don't normally allow it.
But
today we're going to allow it.
They just said, let me see.
We just got to see how far this market's going to tank here. I might just wait for these SPX contracts to die a little bit. They're very expensive, so maybe in another hour by like 3 o'clock. Oh my God, gold. Look at you.
Yeah, that reserve balance have declined and will initiate purchases of shorter-term treasury securities as needed. That wasn't there. That wasn't supposed to come up. They're only going to do it on the short end, but yeah, that's the...
Order filled.
I'm going short on
Yeah, that
gold
wasn't
here.
supposed to be in there. So it's way more dovish, dude. Habibi, easy. So yeah,
The gold
the
right
risk
here,
now is Powell.
we're up
and what he
$1,000
says
already on gold.
About like January, and then if we get any, even gold's ripping off of that. Where's silver? I think that might be one. Here.
Up 750. I want to see if this thing is just going to tank right back down here. It's going to be 10K. Boom. That's 1,000 right there. Secured now. We're up 1,500. Come on, keep it going.
Order filled.
All right, we just took 1,500. That's good enough.
Literally, the Fed will be buying the short end.
We're going to wait now.
These
Again, we just made
but then again, Shy
$7,000
might be
with
limited
gold
a
right
little
there.
bit. And then watch Bitcoin too, because Bitcoin it is
All right, let's go back to
reading
SPY
the
here.
end of liquidity, but
I'm not trying to get stuck inside of a
yeah,
gold
I
trade,
don't
so
know. Bitcoin is going to depend on how dovish Powell is, but that could be coiling up there. You might have a different opportunity. All you got to do is be on the lookout that Powell doesn't fuck this up.
which he will. Come on, everybody, it's Powell. It's Powell after all.
Does anybody see January rate cut odds? I don't think they moved it. I hate to be this guy, but I don't want to say Goldilocks, but in a weird way, they just came in. They just gave you a pause without it fucking sounding bad. Does that make sense? Because I don't think January rate cut odds moved off of this. So they found a way to pause it, tell you in the timing and the extent. That's the hawkish part.
Whoa.
But then they found a way to fucking...
I forgot
the
to
fear
check.
is dissipating, but it's only off of 2 people. That's a crazy part. And the Fed's not as it's 2 people. The Fed is not in a mutiny. That's very positive for the next Fed chair. I think that gives the Fed more credibility. Everybody wants to say that Kevin Hassett, the president, no credibility. No, I honestly, this gives me credibility in the Fed's eyes. I think they're all behaving. Does that make sense? Like, they're behaving a little better. I don't think they're misbehaving. We don't want any plays in there. Like you're saying, I'll give you guys some ideas. I already gave you one, but please don't post any strike prices. You don't need to influence your brother. But like I'm saying, I think it's dovish, you guys. This is for all of you. I don't think you need to.
Okay, so target rate
to really fight it that hard. And again, Powell will be there'll be a put. Remember, 15 minutes at a time. You're about 4 minutes shy, but yeah, just watch out if Powell starts to.
They did the same shit as
anything.
last year. They
That's all you really
just
got to
rinsed
watch
and
out for.
repeated it.
Powell
oh my God! Hold these puts, everybody.
1 second. If he's again, this is what happened last time. He started saying everybody was feeling dovish. That's exactly what happened last time. I remember it read very well. It read dovish, and then motherfucker came in, and then he said
the reasoning behind holding the puts.
So if he says the same
again,
thing about
it's just
inflation,
due to the
he
fact
might
that
say
they're copying and pasting what they did last year.
It's not a foregone conclusion about
not around
rates
December
or whatever. But the real bullish part is the treasury buying and then the dot plot.
December, this December compared to last December is the complete opposite.
You're not. This isn't that crazy. Even if you took out the outliers, everything is in check right now. Like I'm saying, the Fed members seem a little bit more well behaved.
Hold the puts.
I was expecting
we're gonna sell out
to see a lot more
the second
CDS on the
you
Fed
hit somewhere
members.
down here again,
and like,
potentially maybe even lower. And the second, everybody listen to me loud and clear. The second this market's at 681 again to 675,
the only changes
anywhere in between 681 to 675, we're playing 5 to 10 day calls.
Yeah, but then you do have a pause on the table, but we just don't know. Which, again, I would say leans a little bit more dovish. Maybe it was the data. I think John Williams, he has to be the other guy. Like, this has to be John Williams, and that's Moran. but previously he was one of these because nobody went higher, nobody wanted to act out of pocket. One person went higher, but then one person went lower, and then one person went really low. So that's 4 people. It's 3 dots that gave this, and then everything else didn't change as much either. And then again, they're buying, which that you could view as bad. Remember, if central banks panic, usually the market stops panicking, but they're going to start buying treasuries. I'd look at the banks. I think that's a good play, depending on how it plays. That's it. All you got to, the risk right now is, and then watch IWM too. Remember, that's at the breakout zone. But all you got to watch out for is that Powell doesn't fuck it up. So I'll be here. I'll be listening. If I start screaming randomly,
shake things up.
You'll know Powell
shake
fucked
it up,
something
shake it up, shake it up.
But that's
Let's
it.
go
As
look at
long
gold.
as Powell does
I'm
not
sensing
beat
another
you
gold
down
trade
like
here.
last time, I think it's a green light. Again, the move, we just got to get out of Chop
Let me
City
look at my
and
gold
hit the new
charts.
high, but yeah, that,
where are you?
I don't know. I'm kind of suspicious. I'm surprised. That was nowhere near.
Yeah, so when I made that 5,000 right there, everybody, I bought right here, and I literally just sold the second and went up to like 6.864.
I'm actually impressed.
I didn't hold to the top, but
yeah,
the second I was like up 4 to 6,000, I was just like, yeah, I'm going. Let me not wait here.
It is what it is.
This thing is so aggressive, man. Trying to formulate a plan so that the students could actually trade this properly without having a loss is way harder than options. Let me tell y'all.
No, you had 2, so 2 more people went lower.
But I know what's going to happen when we do this and we get better with this. We're going to be able to trade options even better. And you fucking hit the top of the target, you little... Oh, my goodness. Oh, I knew it. That was awesome. That is awesome right there.
No, it's legit, dude.
Yeah, you literally went from the bottom of the white box to the top of the white box. You keep doing it.
It's just we got talked into more hawkishness. That wasn't that hawkish. Where's TLT? Yeah, uh-oh. See, that's what you don't want. You don't want the bond. So think about it. What are the bond vigilantes going to do? If now it doesn't come in that hawkish, this is where it could get bad. And people have talked about this theory. Because essentially, if the bond vigilantes are
literally the
saying
same damn trade as yesterday,
you're going to fucking wreck the bonds.
This is where I got stuck
and then
at.
You're going to get a fat curve steepener because now the Fed is literally buying the short end as they're announcing. And that's starting in 2 days.
I'm so happy about that. All right, so, boom, boom, boom.
Very fascinating.
That's what's up.
Sense, but
hell yeah! Come on.
No, it's not. I'm still kind of shocked by this. It wasn't that bad at all. So yeah. Other than that, though, if
all right, we're gonna give gold a second here. We're not gonna rush this.
Hard, that's gonna be people kind of.
Let's try to see if we can cement our gains here. Again, we're at 31,000 right now.
Which again,
I'm trying to hit at least 40,000 today. Let's try
again,
to do it without getting stuck.
5 descents at some point. You could have people
That's the game plan.
Probably expected 4. Do you guys not get that? So think about it. We thought
we
were going to be having a bunch of disagreement coming into this, and
it's almost at number 5. So number 5, remember, number 5 is the primary level.
Moran was a given for a descent.
Last time you hit number 4, number 5, straight down to number 5 to the bottom down here.
Oh, Bowman's probably,
which is like an $8 drop, you know, $8-9 drop.
Bowman's probably your X factor, to be honest. Because remember, Bowen dissented as well.
Oh, I forgot to finish looking for this. I had to look for the instrument for the anime. I didn't buy it yet.
No, that was Hammock.
I don't know which one to get. I don't want to get something expensive for no reason, and I gotta learn it.
I'm gonna get you his
at least not yet.
Comments.
Like this is like 500. I don't know why the hell this is 700.
Your risk is the yen carry trade now.
I might get something for like 100.
But if nothing gets in the way of that,
so I can learn how to play the saxophone.
Short term.
Or do you guys think I should get like something like this? What do y'all think?
The guy who didn't have any comments in November.
By the way, this is not my address, just in case you guys wanted to know.
Yeah, Schmid had 0 comment.
We are not in Atlanta. We're in New York.
Who the fuck is Schmid?
But what do you guys think?
All right.
I don't want to make too much noise. That's the reason why I'm trying to get a digital one.
Still aware of Pow Pow. Again, motherfucker could bat.
Because I'm gonna need a saxophone. I'm gonna need a piano. I'm gonna need a violin. How much is a violin? Let me see.
Watching both sides of the.
Because I'm gonna make the music for my anime. I think I want to do it myself, honestly. I don't really want to pay people. And if anything, I might just have a few music studios do a couple songs for us. Just because it's a good thing when you have people do music for you. Why? Because now the people who follow them they'll know about your work now, of course. So it's like it allows you to grow and build. So technically, paying people
What
to
was
do
he
music
missing?
for
There's
you
a
actually
family
does
death.
help
That
you
sounds
grow.
familiar.
It does.
I'm gonna see.
So
if
there's
you can
certain things
find
that you
the
want to pay
Fish
for,
Schmidt
certain things you
comment.
don't want to pay
That's
for.
again, that's the guy. That
But yeah,
kinda
this is
came
like
out of nowhere,
100.
but like the
I kid you
Bowman,
guys not. We could literally get a
Bowman,
violin,
Waller,
get
again,
the
we
saxophone
could
for
assume a lot
100.
from some
That's
of the other
$200,
comments. Again, we
and
knew
then
Hammond
we'll try to
would've
see if we
been,
can find a piano.
a little bit more bearish, but think about it. You know, they pulled that parachute. Oh,
I already know how to
Dolly,
play.
too.
Actually, you know what's crazy? I kind of want to get a
Remember Dolly
guitar.
kinda pivoted as
This is
well.
the only instrument I know how to play myself.
But yeah, there's no music.
Like right now.
We were
Just a guitar.
20 minutes ago,
and electric
we were
guitar.
talking about potentially,
That's
But-
not a violin.
potentially
Yeah,
having,
I'm trying to get the violin to learn it.
5 descents, but you got nowhere.
Shit,
to
go-
you,
go to the
I thought you were
beach.
gonna get the
It's
clarinet.
actually very
it the
orderly
clarinet?
considering
Nah, yeah, that's the
how
saxophone.
they freaked out not
Because
too
it's so
long ago.
cheap, I'm thinking about just getting multiple things. You know what I mean? Because literally last year at the same time, right now in December, when I had a bunch of the students in the classes
Alright,
and
well,
everything
we
was
got
going
12
well,
more minutes till pow pow.
I should have bought the instruments. I said I was gonna do it, and I didn't do it.
Crazy,
So now it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it
Oh, yeah.
100%. And might as
Yo,
well.
that would be tough.
get
Yo,
another
with the
one.
meta glasses, you start fucking playing something while you're in a trade. You'd be like, yo, watch me do this.
Shit, I'll start playing some music for you in the,
The lowest
background.
dot is
We don't need
Moran,
music, music no
but-
more.
This is where the action really happened, though. Because like I'm telling you, compared to the
You
last
do that on the
time,
violin, bro, you go
Tower,
viral.
but nobody went
That's what I was
higher.
thinking,
and then
bro.
you
Yeah,
pretty- it was
100%.
all these guys at like 3.7, pretty much where we should have ended up. Those are the ones that all changed.
Yeah, I just got out of
Only
court.
one of them went higher.
wasn't.
AKA, what you could assume
Parking violation.
is that more people
It
on
was
the
pretty
Fed
good.
were
Guy kind of held me
swayed
down. I had another
to
parking
lowering
ticket
rates
that I
in
just
the
got the
last
other day, and he
month or
threw it
so
out.
than they were
I got
that's
a
awesome.
moving past a school bus violation, just $250, bro.
Damn.
They got fucking cameras on the side of the bus.
You passed the school bus when it was parked?
Bro, I didn't. Like, it was just pulling up. The arm just came out, and I was just like, bro, there's no way I can get a ticket. Nobody even came off the bus. It's not even like it was all motion. I was like, it was all motion. It happened like one, you know?
But if
It's not
the
like I
bus
saw it
stopped though,
I just went
and
right
you went
past
around,
it.
like if you went over the lines, nah, yeah, they're gonna.
That's how they're going to.
No, not even. Like, it was on the other side of the road.
Oh, it was on the
other
other side?
That means January.
Like the yellow lines, you know?
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
Is if he starts talking about fucking.
Yo, they're just trying to find ways to get money out of people, man.
Think about it.
Yeah.
But I get it. Safety,
Now,
that's really
okay,
good,
shove it,
you know?
yeah,
But still, bro.
They're leaning more towards cuts. The
Like when
employment
I had
there was a
this, you know,
miscommunication of the timing of the event.
you actually don't remember because I didn't meet you back then, but the CRV that I had that I was driving the Honda,
That's where I think
bro, I
they
was
get
getting.
disappointed. So if they
Okay,
go-
so
'cause now
people,
it seems like we got good
I don't want to
things,
talk too
but
much about this
rubbish.
because I don't
But then if
want
they start
people to.
hinting at a longer pause
I'm gonna say this out loud,
with less
right?
guidance on there,
And
that's
the reason why I'm gonna say this out loud is
like
because,
saying Powell's gonna be gone soon.
you know, some
The
portions of my
fact
life
that
are not
the
really too
W
fair,
of
but
this,
I don't
the
really like
Fed
to bring
is
it up.
not as
Now,
dispersed
my
as you thought,
basically,
which again, a lot of people were
my
getting
parents did
worried
not
about it.
allow me to
Someone's gonna
park the
ask
car
about it, too. They got a pre-written drop
inside the
already.
garage in the
But,
house.
yeah, that's
They didn't
not
like
on
no
there.
car in there
You got
because just in
things
case they
kinda
had to
fall
put their
apart
car.
like that,
So
see where it leads us,
I
my
would
friend.
consistently have to
See
park
where
at
it leads us.
the fire hydrant, and I would get a ticket every 2 days. That's 150, 150, 150, 150. My inspection sticker was gone. The car had a check engine light, so I couldn't get the inspection sticker. That's 80 plus 150 every 2-3 days. I kid you not. I literally, the car was worth $1,500. By February of 2024, again February, January and February, just 2 months, I had over $6,000 in tickets. When the car blew up, I was just like, I am not getting another car right now. I do not need that shit. I'll take a Uber. I'll go across the world in an Uber. I'll take a plane. I am not dealing with that in New York. Until I get my house, until I have an apartment, no. Because not even your own family is going to let you park. You know what I mean? And I'm happy I had that reality. Does it suck? Yeah. Do I regret it? Hell no. It teaches me a lot. And it has taught me a lot. So, and by the way, that's just one thing I told you. It's a lot of other things. It's not very fair. But it was good. It was good that it wasn't fair. I'm happy I had that type of life, you know? Because now I can kind of, you know, grow from that. But yeah, that shit, I don't even like to talk about that stuff from the past. Before I started trading, before I started being who I am today. Yeah. Absolutely terrible. Danny, is that Danny?
Bro, you gotta see our
Danny!
video? Danny! Where Danny at? Turn the mic on, Danny.
Yo, yo. Hey,
Yo, we got full
Redwire.
house. We got
Hey, if
full
you guys
house
have
today.
Redwire calls, they're up.
It's what's been happening all year.
Oh yeah, I bought 500 shares of Redwire. Let's go check Redwire. I'm telling you guys,
Well, the
If you
calls
have
are up.
RDW. Sorry to cut you off, Danny.
Yeah, no problem. Are you holding any calls?
Honestly, right now, no calls. I just bought just 100 shares down here at the bottom for $500 at $5.
Gotcha. I got February 20 Redwire $10 calls, and I'm back at break.
Oh hell
I
yeah!
averaged down earlier today.
Yeah,
only
this
got 3 of
company.
them.
Oh my God, Danny, I can't wait for this company. I'm so excited for it.
Hey,
Let me tell you.
any big news on what Pal's saying?
Pat was always talking out his ass, you know.
So far, it's dovish. I guess you got to look for the SEP, the Summary of Economic Projections,
Yes.
and see what they're gonna do. I guess if they do a rate cut in January, if they mention like, because they're gonna do one now, right? And if they do one in January, that's gonna be like kind of bullish, but it's gonna be kind of rare. But if they hold or are like more like they don't know when, that might be a little bit bearish. Or if they're gonna say it's gonna be not till like June or like mid-year next year, that'll kind of be a little bit bearish.
So in essence, the Fed rate cuts now are bullish, but long term could be bearish.
So Exo, you
Yeah,
said
but
when the 684 puts went in the money, suddenly Mumu said margin call. I only have 3 contracts, but suddenly no issues as long as I sell the position at the end of the day. Well, Exo, do you have a day trade? Is it on a margin account or a cash account? You said, son of a bitch, you should have listened to not buying anything today. Because you're a greenhorn? Wait, what is a greenhorn? Beach, let me tell you something. It's okay. Learn your lesson. Don't catch feelings over it, you know? Don't get mad. That's what they want you to do. Because when you're mad, you can't think properly. You don't think straight. Don't let them do that to you. Don't let any bad trade take you out. I mean, look at me. Like, I had to lose 6,000 earlier on gold because I was stuck in that trade. I didn't want to take no, like, this account had no losses at all. And we had to take a couple losses in a row. Because honestly, I want to, you know, I want to show you guys. I don't want to be hard-headed and not take a loss and then, you know what I mean, I lose my account. And then we had to go through the process. No, that's not how I want to do. That's not how I want to do stuff, you know. If I had to take a loss, take a loss. Because I want to show you guys how to do things properly. Even if I know it could still work out, it's okay. Sometimes just do it. Don't place your feelings on a loss or a win. Place your feelings on knowing where the trend was going and whether or not you were right. You know? I'm telling you guys are insanely smart. It's just do not let these individuals take you out of character.
You had the Fed chair, all the Fed governors all over the damn place. Like, it didn't fucking make any sense.
Psychology.
So, yeah, it's kind of nuts. We'll find out. But that's what I'm saying. If he does it again, that's just...
So yeah,
So
Exo,
what do
let me know if you have a cash account or a margin account. And by the way, Hoover and Danny, I'm sorry for cutting you guys off. I know you guys were chopping it up right there. I just
Nah, you're
want to
good, bro.
for that real quick. It's a margin account. So how many trades do you have left, Exo? Because on the margin account, it'll tell you. Let me go to my Mumu account. It'll tell you, you know, day trading at the top left. So does it say 3? Does it say 1? Gold's crashing. Gold's crashing. I'm gonna go long here.
Order filled.
Oh wait, let me get in.
Be careful, everybody. This thing could just drop out the sky.
Oh shit.
don't catch a falling knife. Don't catch a falling knife.
No, yeah.
Hey, I was
100%,
saying, I was
Danny.
gonna ask earlier, side. What do you think caused the market to jump up like that once Powell started saying what he was saying?
Order filled.
All right, we just took profit there. So the thing about the Fed, like FOMC, that I kind of really want you guys to understand is
Alright, well, you're
the
getting
market
back,
really
literally
places
1,000
weight
about to come
on
here,
if they
and
pause
we're
or
getting
if
right back
they
to
cut.
the level.
If they
So,
pause,
essentially, you're about to be
we have a fucking
unchanged
issue.
since the
When they
release
did that
came
last
out.
year, it caused the market to run up way higher than it should have, you know? So, what I'm looking for now is, like, you can't, like, okay, so look, let me explain it like this. When the Fed pivots, the market crashes. This
Fed
time,
pivots.
however, they pivoted last year, but they paused it.
There's a couple that
So
haven't.
they did something really weird where you're supposed to fall from here, but they paused it. Because they paused it,
So get ready.
it allowed,
I
you
think-
know,
I think
more
this one's
weight to
gonna
get
lag.
sent into the market. And what I mean by weight is just generally
Okay,
structure.
usually the
It
best
allowed
one
there
is
to be a
fast.
floor, you know, where people would buy at that floor and they would send the market upwards. And it was just due to the fact that they gave the market time. Humans are very, very, very impatient. Humans are stupid impatient. That is
Facts.
a quality we all have, that we all share,
Yeah, just get ready.
and the market shows it.
Bonds are dying,
So,
so
if you can
gotta
always be
keep what we're
patient
saying
and
there.
just understand whether or not a trade is good or bad,
Because they, again,
understand whether or not the market can go up or go down, like what's called go down. Once you can actually understand that, you can confidently be composed. You know, that's all it is understanding whether or not that was a good trade or it was a bad trade.
right.
Just like Danny just said right there when I got into the gold trade, he said don't catch a falling knife, and Danny's completely correct.
Live feed, and then we're
You do not want to trade something that's just falling. If it's just one candle falling, even with the SPY, wait for the next candle.
if you didn't know.
Wait for the next candle and start to understand and learn. The first 5 seconds of any candle that pops up, it tells you what's going to happen next. So like right here, what's going on here, this is showing me that the market potentially wants to go down lower. Yeah. Even last night, I was looking at gold and I was just like, this looks like it wants to crash.
Holy shit! What the hell? That's cool.
Yeah, that's, bro, it's so much money. Like just one of these wicks is like 4 or 5K.
What time frame is that?
This is on the 5 minute.
Okay.
It's
is
so
that big?
ridiculous, bro. Like, let me go to the 30-second and look at it here.
So look, even with
At 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
feeds don't have this
I
app.
bought basically right there. Like, it fell down crazy, and then I bought into it, like, right beneath the yellow line. And then I sold it, like, right here. 4,234, something like that.
It's a sniper.
But again, the market could have went the opposite way. You could have went down here, right? So that's something you have to acknowledge. Whenever I trade, it's like acknowledging the fact that we could go the opposite way, the opposite direction,
Changes much.
and that's really all it is.
Just testing the waters.
Yeah.
But like you said, gotta be robotic about it. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
You see it, you're in it. You can't think about it while it's happening, because then you miss it.
Yep. That's completely correct.
I've been feeling that lately, bro. Been feeling that.
You said, are we
Become like-
supposed to be able to hear the Discord? Yeah, that's fine. Can you guys hear the Discord? Let me know if you guys can hear the Discord.
I can hear it.
Like on the
This
YouTube?
morning I couldn't though.
On like the YouTube though.
You must have fun.
Yeah. No, I'm not on YouTube right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but this morning I was able to hear the YouTube, but not here.
Moving on from the whole
You said no extra
Yeah.
room in the garage? No, they literally don't even park their cars there. That was the most confusing thing about that whole scenario back then, when I had to deal with that whole car situation. Like, yo, like they didn't even, like, it was like every single step of the way, my family was pressing me and 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 pressing me, up until the point where, you know, I'm a nice person. You know, I don't like to start fights. I don't like to, you know, get into situations like that. I don't need to do that. You know. But
Yeah, so I think the
when my
economy's
family
doing
kept
better.
doing that, it turned me into something I did not want to be, and it was just more so me working to understand why they did that. Was it right? No. But did they turn me into an absolute animal? And the answer is yes. They turned me into something that I don't even know they understood. So it was proper, in my opinion. I don't regret it. I don't regret the life that I had, no matter how hard it was. Other people had harder lives than me, you know?
Amen.
And again, that's not to compare, but it's just so we can understand the temperature of the room, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, you're finally at number 5. This is where it gets fun. But yeah, that, by the way, that's one of the reasons why I don't chill with my family. I don't chill with them. I don't talk to them. I don't discuss nothing with them. And that's it. You know, I'm good off of that. I don't need that. Ever. The only family I need is you guys. That's it. This is my family right here.
We here for you, just like you here for us, man. I'll let you park in my driveway whenever you want, cuz.
Come on now, bro. Man, I appreciate you for that, bro. Like I always told you, Hoover, like, you know, I really truly always have saw you as a brother. You know, you're the only person my age who's doing this. You're the only person who I know in person and out of the whole Discord. And, you know, your success, every ounce of it is something that, you know, I feel. Every failure is something I feel. Everything. The whole pie. And it's a pleasure, you know. It always has been a pleasure knowing you. Through the chaos and through the storm, you know. That's what comes with it, you know what I mean? So the same thing is with everybody else in this group chat. I can't wait to meet you guys in person. I can't wait to talk to you in person. I can't wait. It's going to be a blast. But until then, let's fix everything. Let's get all of our bills paid. Let's get everything, you know, wiped clean. And let's do this as a team, as a unit, you know? Remember, everybody puts. Puts. This is the best place to buy puts now. And whenever you guys come to New York, just let me know. I should move or be able to move within the next, like, 3 weeks. So the place that I'm moving to actually has a part of the building where we can have computers and we could chop it up and we can have like little events. So that's also one of the reasons why I'm trying to move to this one apartment. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. First, I want to get the apartment. It's going to cost me around $50K for the whole year. And then as soon as I get the apartment, I'm going to have to get a car, of course. So I'm thinking about buying like a BMW, like an M550. I was thinking about getting an M5 or an M8. But, you know, that's boring, you know, to start from the top. Let's start from the bottom and let's work our way up, you know? Let's really acknowledge this whole journey, every ounce of it. And yeah, the M550 is going to cost me probably around like $24,000, $26,000. And I think, Hoover, we talked about it the other day and you said you were down to get one. So if you're still down to get one, I'm just letting you know I'm getting a white one.
Wait, which one are you getting?
I want to get a white M550.
Ooh, yeah. I want that, like, that dark gray, but it's like a charcoal, but it's still metallic. Tint it out, put some nice, maybe some, you know, gunmetal wheels on it.
Oh yeah.
Those stage 1, stage 2 tune.
Oh yeah.
Nothing crazy.
Because I was gonna tell you, what I kind of want to do here is I kind of want to take the M550 suspension. I want to rip it out, and I want to see if we could turn the M550 into an M5. But I want to see how much it costs, you know? Because again, it's just, I mean, when you change the suspension, right, Hoover? Correct me if I'm wrong. By the way, in case you guys didn't know, Hoover was a mechanic. So in case you guys need some help or you want to ask for some advice, I'm sure he wouldn't mind, you know, telling you anything.
Certified technician.
Nah, yeah, literally.
But yeah, basically, yeah, you know. I'm not a master mechanic. That would be really cool. I think, you know, soon when I get into that, when we start to get into like engineering, bro, really want to have my own shop for sure.
Bro, I promise you, 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 as soon as I get this anime company going up, and as soon as I get this this house in Hawaii, and then once I fix the stuff in Japan, once I get my animation studio over there, we're gonna open up a literally, I want it to be the whole block. I'm gonna buy out the whole block. I'm gonna try to see if I can go half and half with you guys, whoever's from New York. We'll, you know, make sure there's like 4 or 5 owners. And I want to have a tint shop, a wrap shop. I want to have a body shop, everything. The whole like 9 yards, one place.
But like a big old warehouse.
Yeah, literally.
Powell speaks. Oh, Shlody said it.
So yeah, that's kind of what I really want to do. Because I've already done my tints on my car, like my cars before. It's not too hard. I burnt my fingertips off, so that was totally annoying.
Oh, okay.
Yo, bro, tell me how I put the damn heat gun on top of the car after I was done. Like, literally the last window. And I couldn't see where the heat gun was. So I just literally put my hand on top to grab it, and I touched the damn tip of it. And I burnt all 5 of my fingertips straight off. I kid you not. And, bro, Oscar was with me. Ask Oscar, bro. I was tripping. I mean, I was good. I didn't, like... There was no emotion on my face. Well, my fingertips were, like, literally, it was burnt so bad, like, the skin was hanging off. And the only reason why I wasn't tripping was because I was with him, honestly. Because he told me he got an acid burn when he was doing plumbing. And he's like, the acid burn kept burning. Like, it burnt to his clothes, his skin. And I'm just like, yo, bro, if he could deal with that, and he's younger than me, I'm like, nah, I ain't tripping right now. I'm gonna eat this. But, yo, that shit was terrible. That pain. It wasn't as bad as my teeth pain, though. Teeth pain is way worse than 3rd-degree burns. Unless, like, half your body gets burned, I guess. You said Powell saying some naughty things? Oh, my goodness. Come on, Powell. Burn it down. My goodness.
Yep, those putts are putting.
January, March, or whatever.
So, yes, the adjustments since September bring our policy within a broad range of estimates of neutral. And as we noted in our statement today, we are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional
So watch the January odds, but he just said yes. So they're pausing after this.
Come on, Spy. Come on, Spy. Do your thing. We know where you want to go. We know it's below. Come on. What are we on? The 5 minute? All right, bet. So now let's go ahead and look at our other charts.
So he's in neutral. It would have been more hawkish if he said it's not. So you're paused now. So no cut in January for sure.
Yeah, and then once we drop down to here, 676, 675, we'll buy some calls. 5-10 days out. You guys got that? I kind of want to play gold off of this. Yeah, look at gold. It's following SPY so perfectly.
Order filled. Order filled.
Made $900 right there. Why did I do that? Well, because this one candle wicked down to here, and the next candle wicked down to here. Long wicks. This is what I look for. I look at the wicks of a candle. That's what you guys need to pay attention to. Look at the wicks of a candle. When you start getting price action like this, where it's like an upside down little hammer like that, or it kind of just looks like a sledgehammer. You know what I mean? These type of candles oftentimes dictate when a market's changing. It's kind of like, it looks like a plus signal. You know what I mean? Like this one here, kind of like this one here, kind of like that one right there. You know what I mean? Like that one there. So it's kind of like you want to look for certain types of candles. In fact, you know what's crazy? I've never had a class on this. Let's do this today. Let's have our very first class on candlesticks, so I could teach you guys everything I know about them. Because it's actually very easy to know where a market's gonna go just looking at the short-term crazy like price action, like this right there. You know what I mean? The way that candle looks right there. You have 13 seconds, 12 seconds. and you're gonna get the next candle on the 32nd.
Pause, no clear guidance on the future one, but
Yeah, literally doji candles. There you go.
that was dovish.
Like I told you guys, how I teach is not using big words. I know that sounds stupid, but how I teach is I don't like to use big words because it doesn't explain. If you say a doji candle to a beginner, they're gonna look at you and be like, "What the fuck did you just say? A dojo?" You know what I mean? So with doji candles, it's like, yeah, you wanna look at the fact that they're a plus. You know, London reversal. You only know hammer candles. Yeah, honestly, yeah, I don't put names on them. Honestly, I just tell you what they kind of look like. You know, I don't like to get into the whole lingo stuff. It just makes it annoying. Beach Bum, thank you for the $2. But Beach Bum, I kind of don't want you to donate today because you had said that you had lost some money. So truly, if you want, let me know and I'll give you a refund for whatever you just donated. I want you to keep that and try to keep building. Really. One of the things is not like the other. No, right? No way you just said that. Who was the imposter? Right? What gold chart am I using? All of them. So I have like 10 gold charts. This is the one from Top Step. This is my main gold charts though. Wait, no. Wait. Before I check gold, Tesla and Nvidia. Because we're still inside of Nvidia calls.
Big increase in the growth numbers, but not a big decline in the unemployment numbers. And is that
Yeah, you had no type of upside move here yet. After this day over here, I'm waiting for this to continue to head up to the 195s, 196s. So that's what we're looking for Nvidia. For Tesla, it's a little different. Yeah, it's just stuck in the middle as well. So Tesla's off limits, Nvidia's off limits, everybody. What else can we look at? You guys want to send some companies in the chat?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So I can take a look at it for you guys? Maybe we'll find some other plays in the background. RDW, oh my god, I can't wait. I can't wait.
The decision was clearly very divided. It wasn't just the two official dissents against the cut, but there were also soft dissents from 4 others. And I'm just wondering.
Oh my god, I just hit the desk and the water bottle went flying. And oh my god. Oh my god. The fuck, I wet the camera. Oh wait, never mind, this is waterproof. Yo, I started tripping right there for a second. I just remembered it's waterproof.
As I mentioned, and as I've mentioned here before, the situation is that our two goals are a bit in tension, right? So,
This camera has caused me so much headaches. It's not even funny.
at the FOMC,
I wanted to start recording like a documentary about what we're doing. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the meta glasses and then I'm gonna start recording for you guys so you guys can see behind the scenes. But I kind of want to move first, honestly, before I get anything. I just don't want to be here, you know. At this point in my life, it's time for me to skedaddle, is what I believe in. So, nah, yeah, that's the move right now. So it's 247, and the market's choosing that upside. Let's go ahead and compare today with last FOMC, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, on gold, we have many charts. I probably would say we have... Oh, wait, I could show you. So remember, everybody, you know I'm a psycho when it comes to organizing stuff. So if I show you all the gold charts, let's go take a look. This is YouTube trading styles. Let's go to the Forex. Looking at this makes me so happy. I can't even explain it to you guys.
What it's gonna take?
It's just because, like, you know, I did the work and I got it done. These are all of our gold charts. So whenever you guys, again, join the Discord, you will be seeing a chart like this for every single company, every single ticker, and you'll be able to learn from it as you go. So yeah, we pretty much have all the gold charts done for the next 10 years. It's only going to take you like an hour to do all of them. And then the next day you do Forex. And then the next day you do silver. And then the next day you do palladium. And the next day you do oil. Before you even know it, within 5-10 days, you just did the whole entire fucking futures market. That's how I did this, everybody. You might be looking at all this and being like, how the hell did he do all this? Little by little. Compound. I compounded my charts. I compounded my money. I compounded my thoughts. I compounded my ideas. I compounded the Discord. I compounded, you know, working with the students. Everything is compounding. That's all it is. The little steps, little by little by little. And then before you even know it, they create this giant picture of something that's beautiful. That's all it is, really, if I had to say. So yeah, this is, yeah, I love gold charts. Oh my God. They're amazing. And then we have the YouTube trading styles I got to fix. By the way, look at the YouTube trading styles. Look at version 1, which is right here on the left side. And then look at version 2. Look at how many improvements I have. Look at version 1, no text. Look at version 2. Text everywhere. So whenever you're fixing your charts, what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to understand that you just need to improve it little by little. You don't have to, you know what I mean, impress me. That's not what this is about, you know? But just do it little by little, every single day. That's all that matters. Because if you don't, you know, eventually it's just going to be a dream that you once had. And I don't want you guys to really think that this is a dream you once had. I want you guys to really live in it. I want you guys to feel it, be it. So, this is not a dream, everybody. This is real life. And we're slapping the market out the park. Come on now. And nobody's doing it better than us. Nobody. Not because they can't, but because they don't want to. You know? You said, why doesn't Mumu let me buy a put for today?
He hasn't, bro. He hasn't.
Is this dropping?
Like I said, that
Looks bullish?
January's kind of
Exactly. We gotta wait for that 30-minute marker. Wait, I'm about to sneeze. Okay, so the first thing we said was at 2 o'clock on the dot. We said 2:15 is gonna be the next start of the next trend, which it was around 2:15. You hit the top here. Then, of course, over the next 10 to 15 minutes, you fell down to the bottom here with 2:30. While you were falling down to the bottom, you were touching the extreme tops. So remember, everybody, the market's still very extreme right now. It is bullish. It is. But what's going to remove you from this bullish area? It's you not wanting to stay above number 5. So if you can get above number 5, we'll continue to run up to number 8 and then potentially number 12. If you can't get above number 5 right now and you just keep getting stuck right around here and falling, again, you're just going to fall right back down to about number 1 or number 2 on the opposite side.
Yeah, bro. Powell's nice today.
That's what I'm looking for. A drop straight down to here.
He says you're correct on history, but we're not doing that shit.
So Mumu stops 0-day trades an hour before close. Thank you, Beach. I appreciate that. So remember, everybody, Mumu stops an hour before close. So you all should be able to buy on Mumu. If you can't, I don't know if they did something different. I don't know if they don't allow you to trade FOMC. Maybe. I'm not too sure. But if, again, the market follows what I think it's going to do here, we should get a nice retracement to the downside. It's going to happen very quickly. In fact, let me show you guys last FOMC. I was going to show you guys. So last FOMC, it was on September 16th to the 17th. Let's go on the 4 hour real quick. Actually, we'll go on the 1 hour. Okay, so let's take a look at last time. Last time, the FOMC started over here on the 16th. And then, of course, you have the 17th, which was the main day, right? Do you guys see this crazy-ass red candle here? That's what I'm looking for today. Just like that.
Yeah, this is Everything is confirming now.
A
Just
lot
through
of
the speech.
people interpreted your comments at the October meeting that
Oh,
you know, when there's a foggy
keep
situation, we slow
sneezing for some reason.
that
Ah.
there wouldn't be a threat now that the effect
But yeah, that was last FOMC. That's what I'm waiting for today. Is a nice little drop to the bottom,
rather than to
and then potentially.
January.
Remember, last time you were at a high when you ran up, but you were at 660. This time you're at 680. So yes, you could continue to head up higher throughout the week, and the next couple days, 100%, just because of their decision today. But we're just gonna keep testing the idea of a nice little drop, nice little retracement to the downside, and once we can fall down to here, we're gonna buy some calls 5-10 days out. So now you're above number 5. So if it's gonna stay above number 5, the first thing we're gonna do here is we're gonna let it run to number 7, and then we're gonna get some puts at number 7. In the meantime, just let it trend, let it move up and down, let it go crazy, let it go crazy. And then yeah, that's pretty much all, you know. Really, you can't buy 0 DTE after 1. Yeah, that's so weird. You might want to look into another broker, you know. Look into Webull, look into Charles Schwab, TD Ameritrade.
They're all giving into it.
I mean, well, technically Charles Schwab bought TD Ameritrade, so they're the same thing right now.
Everything's confirmed.
But you have Tasty Trade, you have E-Trade, you have Fidelity, right?
All nice and shit randomly.
That's offset by increases in
IREN. We'll take a look at it right now, Cody.
is entirely in sectors where they're
I remember you were talking about that a couple weeks ago.
built on the story. And so far,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch this video real quick. Let's watch this together as a team.
really the source of the excess at this point. That
We're going to go ahead and join the Discord with my other account. Give me 1 second. You guys know the process.
and
Join the Discord with other account. Let's go ahead and live stream.
and it's, I would say that is to some
Share my screen.
to looking for broader economic, heat. You know, do we see a hot economy? Do we see constraints? Do we
You guys
see
ready?
what's going
Everybody's
on?
ready?
You saw the ECI report today.
All right, let's go. Let's do it.
A hot economy that wants to generate
Again, watch the video. I'm not going to say a word.
inflation.
We'll talk about it after for a few seconds, and then we're going to go watch another video.
And we say
Fire in your desire. It's not enough to simply want something. Wanting is passive, a wish whispered into the void. But when your desire burns, it becomes a force of nature. It wakes you up before the world is ready, keeps you moving when comfort begs you to stop, and turns every setback into a lesson to grow from. It's the kind of hunger that melts obstacles, that refuses to be ignored, that makes the impossible flinch. The world doesn't yield to the mildly interested. It bows to those who are on fire from the inside out. That fire is what separates the dreamers from the doers, the almosts from the absolutes. So if you want to change your world, don't just wish for it. Stoke the fire. Radiate heat that others can feel from across the room. Light up the darkness and threaten to burn down the house of your former self. Anything less is just smoke, signaling a fire that's already dying.
Come on now. Come on now, ladies and gentlemen, one more time.
You must
The way
have
that makes me
fire.
feel internally, oh my goodness.
Haven't done the
You must have fire in your desire. It's not enough to simply want something. Wanting is passive, a wish whispered into the void. But when your desire burns, it becomes a force of nature. It wakes you up before the world is ready, keeps you moving when comfort begs you to stop, and turns every setback into a lesson to grow from. It's the kind of hunger that melts obstacles, that refuses to be ignored, that makes the impossible flinch. The world doesn't yield to the mildly interested. It bows to those who are on fire from the inside out. That fire is what separates the dreamers from the doers, the almosts from the absolutes. So if you want to change your world, don't just wish for it. Stoke the fire. Radiate heat that others can feel from across the room. Light up the darkness and threaten to burn down the house of your former self. Anything less is just smoke, signaling a fire that's already dying.
You guys got that, right? Come on now. Let's show the world who we are. Come on now. Come on now. Let's show the world. Why not?
calls for us to increase about $20-25 billion per month. So that's a small
Every single one of you
that's going on. It's also happening in the context of a temporary fusion
should try to aim for that gift. You know, we all have this one gift,
tax period.
and generally you just want to aim for it. That's all. Remember, we still have the puts for 678. which is right down here at the bottom. We're still holding it right now. Again, you're finally above number 5, which is perfect. Let's hit number 7. When you hit number 7, it is now a B plus setup. So we're going to get some puts right around this point here in a couple seconds. The first put play we played was right down here at number 4. We didn't play at number 5. We traded gold instead. And we also traded with the smaller account. And then now we're going to put more money down. So that's the plan. Okay, I'm looking at some more puts on my other accounts, the other small ones. We're going to trade with an $8 account here.
Again, the other, what's it called?
See if we can have any
coming up again
potential opportunities.
So I'm assuming Intel hasn't done the NVIDIA deal. That's kind of
Let's see what you guys are talking about. You said it does look very bullish? Exactly. Once you pass number 5, that's when you can say the market is like really, really, really bullish. Until you pass number 5 and you get above it and you hold above it, you're not really bullish. You know what I mean? It's up. It's tilting up, yes. But it has not confirmed it. So that's what I'm looking for right now. Is the act of you traveling to a whole new location. But I'm looking for confirmation of you wanting to stay in this location. If that makes sense. If that makes sense.
He's not.
You still tempted for calls right now?
This motherfucker.
Do whatever you guys think is best, you know.
Cut in December. He's like, it's not a foregone
But make sure you do your notes.
Like,
You guys need to understand that win or loss is not the end all be all of this conversation here. Win and loss is supposed to train you to be able to adapt and get better. It doesn't matter whether or not you have a win or loss. It does not matter. What matters, again, is you understanding what happened, what occurred, and just you generally trying to get better. That's it. Every single step of the way. I'm getting a 680 put here. We're going to buy it for $8 and try to see if we could turn this thing into $60, $70, $80. See if we can get a nice 1,000% here. Where's Josh? Why is Josh so quiet?
Right, or roughly, we haven't been able to predict this.
Josh is never this quiet.
But call it the first quarter or so of next year should be the peak. And from here, it should be...
What time is it? 3 o'clock? Perfect.
Or even less.
Wait another 10 minutes?
Really have precision on this, but
we're going to wait for Powell to finish speaking.
Their forecast on the tariff inflation is getting lower. He's saying it's small, but they don't know.
Gold is right back up at the high.
Then you should start to see that.
I'm going to get some puts here, everybody.
Again,
on gold.
In line with reality, and now again, end of first quarter. That's already.
I can see how gold would want to jump up to here. So we're just going to be careful. We might have to stop out for a loss. Right now, we're just going to hold this. See if we can make a nice, cool 3,000, 5,000 once again. And again, we're just going to hold it like this. Give it a moment.
Bloomberg Radio and television. 10-year rates are 50 basis points higher than when you started cutting back in September of 2020.
Okay, so we have the gold trade on the board now. We'll look at it in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Why do you think that continuing to cut now, especially in the absence of data, is going to bring down the yield on the thing that will move the economy the most?
So we're looking at the real economy and focusing on that. And you've got when the long bonds move around, you've got to look at why they're moving around. If you look at inflation compensation, it's very that's one part of it is inflation compensation break-evens, and they're at very comfortable levels. They're at levels consistent once you get out past the very short term now. break-evens are at at quite levels that are quite consistent with 2%.
687. The high is going to be 688, 689.
Going up out there that suggests concern about inflation in the long term or anything like that. I mean, I look at these.
Do I
things
pay attention
pretty regularly.
to-
Same thing with surveys. Surveys are all saying that.
Do I pay attention to volume?
Understands our commitment to
Honestly,
2%
no.
and
Not really.
expects us to get back there. So why are rates going up? It has to be something else.
It's kind of like something you could see.
An expectation
Not
of
really
higher
something
growth
that's
or
like right
something
now, like
that. And
with the
that's
market
a lot
moving like
what's
this,
been
there's a
going
lot of
on. We saw
volume.
a big move,
You know, and then like earlier today,
toward the end of last year, which was not
there was not too much volume as compared to right now.
other developments.
Well, you just mentioned that.
I don't know. I think the yields will come down if
Republic
you
is
start telling the
expecting
truth
to get
about
back to
tariffs,
2%, and Americans
Mr. Powell.
overwhelmingly are citing
All right,
high
we bought the
prices,
680 put
inflation
here.
as their number one concern. Can you explain to them why you're prioritizing the labor market, which seems relatively stable to most people, instead of their number one concern, inflation?
So we, as you know, we have a network of contacts in the U.S. economy, which is really unmatched if you go through the 12 reserve banks. So we hear loud and clear how people are experiencing really costs. It's really high costs. And a lot of that is not the current rate of inflation. A lot of that is just embedded higher cost due to higher inflation in 2022 and 23. So that's what's going on. And so the best thing we can do is restore inflation to its 2% goal, and our policy is intended to do that, but also have a strong economy where real wages are going up, where people are getting jobs and earning money, and
Okay.
we're going to need to have some years where real compensation is higher, it's positive, significantly positive, so nominal wages are higher than inflation, for people to start feeling good about the affordability issue. And so we're working hard on that. We're trying to keep inflation under control, but also support the labor market and strong wages, so that people are earning enough money and feeling economically healthy again.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. Just to follow up on that, I mean, this is now the third time that you've cut this year, and inflation
Well, I
is
think they're all
around
confused.
3%. So is the message that you're sort of trying to send with that you're okay with where inflation is for now?
Okay, I'm
long
getting
as people
688
understand that
puts.
At some point, you still want to get back to 2%.
Same thing like
because
earlier when we
inflation
bought the
is relatively
684
stable where it is.
puts.
Everyone should understand.
We're gonna get 50
and
right off the
surveys
gate,
show that they do,
and
that
just
we're
try to
committed
generally sell it a
2%
little bit
inflation,
quickly.
and we will deliver 2%.
Just a little
inflation.
quickly.
But it's a complicated, unusual, difficult.
This is way cheaper than the other
situation
one, by the way.
Where the labor market
It's basically
is
about
also
half the
under
price.
pressure, where job creation
Take a picture
may
of it.
actually be negative. Now,
688
supply
puts,
of orders
everybody.
has also gone way down,
688
so
puts.
The unemployment rate hasn't moved that much, but
We're looking for this to
it's-
drop back
it's a
down on
labor
top of
market
number
that
5.
seems to have significant downside risks. People care a lot about that. That's their jobs. That's their ability, if they
You're
get
up 10%
laid off, or
already?
if they're entering the labor force, to find work.
$400?
So that's really important to people. The story with inflation, and we're well aware that this is a story at this point, is that if you get away from tariffs, inflation is in the low 2s, right? So it's
I
really
developed my
tariffs
own newswire.
that's causing most of the
I
inflation.
don't know why I have to
overshoot.
sneeze like every
And
5
we do
seconds.
think of
This is so
those
annoying.
as likely
Ah.
to, in the current situation,
I
as
hate that
likely
feeling.
to be a one-time price increase. Our job is to make sure that it is, and we will do that job. But right now, you've got this
They're gonna
difficult
make
balance,
sure it
and
is.
there are risks to both sides. There's no risk-free path. If it was just inflation and the labor market was just really strong, and then rates would be higher, as they were for more than a year. We didn't have to worry about inflation. Sorry, about the labor market, because the labor market unemployment was very low. If you remember, when inflation was very high, there was a labor shortage, so we could focus entirely on.
Listen to
on
this guy,
inflation.
bro.
Now it's different. We actually have risks to both.
This guy sound like
I
he
think
voted
we're
for
doing
Trump
the
all of
best
a
we can
sudden.
for people. They
688,
also care about their
41.
jobs. They
Yeah.
care about affordability.
You're basically at
caring
number
about
7
the
now.
American
Best thing we can
people
do
all
there
of a
is
sudden.
is both to support
Finally.
Not the
economic activity,
boogeyman
but
of
also,
inflation.
Make sure that when tariff inflation goes down and disappears, inflation lands around 2%.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Just to follow up, you keep talking about job growth being negative. Why do you think?
Okay, everybody.
So much
Completely forgot about the gold
worse
trade.
than the official
So,
data? Why do you think job growth
for
is
gold, We're just gonna wait for this to hit
Okay,
the
gold
top.
and silver
Or not
taking
really
off
the
a
top.
little
It's
bit
kind of like the
differently,
bottom of
and
the
a
box.
couple of other names too.
And then we'll see what happens right up here. Just because we missed the first exit.
But yeah,
We'll
dovish
see what happens
everything
by the
and
second
dovish
exit
Powell.
point.
He's being nice all of a sudden.
Controversial. There's a
And
That's still
that's pretty much all. We'll go from there.
to estimate.
We'll take less of a
job
win
growth
now
in real time. They don't
because,
count
of
everybody
course,
on
you're going
a
against us,
survey.
right?
And there's been something
So again,
of
we're
a
looking for now maybe
systematic
2,000, 3,000. You know what I
And
mean?
so
Nothing
we
too aggressive.
expected, and they correct it twice a year. So the last time they corrected it, we thought the correction would be 800,000 or 900,000. I won't get the numbers exactly right, and that was exactly what happened. So we think that has persisted, and so there's an overcount in the payroll job numbers. We think continuing, and it will be corrected. I don't have the exact month in my head right now, but. And that's just,
There's going to be a
Spies
correction.
now
and not
at the
many
high
people
of
employed.
and we think it's
October
about
29th.
60,000 a month, so
After 2 months,
40,000 jobs could
you're
be
finally right back up at that high.
That could be wrong by
Let's take a look at some of the long-term
Oh,
charts,
yeah.
bigger
So
ones,
that's
right?
what's supporting their whole idea of a weaker labor market. That's why he's more worried about it.
In a way, that's demand. Labor supply has also come down quite sharply. So, if you had a world where there's just no growth in workers and you really don't need a lot of jobs to
On the
have
SPY
to
options,
full
we're down
employment,
7%.
Some people argue
Just $300.
that's what we're looking at. But I think a world where job creation is negative, I just think we need to watch that situation very carefully.
The Nvidia's, these are so
Yeah,
many.
Trump is having comments right now.
February,
Pushing
it's the
down
20th.
on job
Said
creation
Apple
without
CEO
policy.
said
these
it's
are
hard to
holding
find
most of their value.
employees
For the
to
190s,
hire
we can
here.
also buy into it and average down. But we're going to do it tomorrow. We're just going to let a little bit more value kill the options. And then for today, we're going to sell these puts down to here. We'll get out, buy some calls at number 5 once we fall down.
We don't know whether it will
To play the
be.
continuation going upwards, of course.
For example, if you look
And then
at
for gold, again, we're going to wait for gold to
can't
turn
miss the
downwards.
big
I'm thinking it's
announcements
just
of
following
layoffs
SPY right now.
and
So it's just like a little
companies,
lag,
saying
kind
that
of,
they're,
right?
they're not going to hire anybody for a long time.
Yeah, if
And
you
they
come
say-
here
Remember,
every
if you
day, I mean,
have
you'll hear the call outs
that's all.
faster
a
than
futures
anywhere in the
account,
world.
At the same time,
just use stop losses,
people
right?
Save you the-
filing for unemployment
Use stop
insurance.
losses before
And,
you
I
go
got
into
some
the
more
profit.
videos on it.
And
Go
just
back
make sure
when
you
we're trading
can never
extremely
take too
low.
large of a loss.
If
Like
there
right now,
are
think about it.
big numbers of
I have
layoffs, you
$26,000 and we're down
the
5K.
continuing claims to go up.
So worst comes to worst, we'll just stop out
Really haven't
and just
much.
make the money back, you know?
So it's a little bit curious.
That's really all.
But longer term,
You're
though,
curious.
the question is, what are we going to see here? And
Yeah,
we don't
Bitcoin
know.
started
Started
to
said-
move now, finally.
I feel like the momentum is not enough for
Equal
5.
weight's leading the way, and the Russell.
Technology.
What
But
do you
dude,
mean?
he's a fucking
For like
dub all of
5?
a sudden.
It's a
Again,
fall
we'll
down
go
to
over it, but you
5?
should get the vibe by now.
You have seen
Let me know what you
some
guys are
jobs
thinking.
destroyed and other jobs made. Ultimately, what's happened for a couple hundred years is when you get through all that, you have higher productivity and you have new jobs and there are enough jobs for people. This may be different. You know,
Yeah,
it's-
Trump is live. There's
every time
Qualcomm
you
there.
have a wave of
Qualcomm
technology,
CEO
you think,
Dell, and then he's
this
talking
could-
about what
this could
happened
put
with
a lot of
Apple.
People out of work. What are they going to do? In the past, there's always been more work and higher productivity, and incomes have risen. What will happen here, we're going to have to see. But right now is such early days. We don't think we see much. It's certainly not showing up in layoffs yet.
Thank you, Chair. And Curran, Bloomberg News. Given the breadth of views on the policy committee, why is there such a division of views between
On the policy what?
On the committee.
Can't understand your
Why is there such a
accent.
division of views between the presidents and the board
Fuck is
members?
he saying?
You know, it's not so stark as that. The views are more varied in each group as well. There's some of that, but I would say they're also governors and
Well, he just told you why he's dovish. This
there are people
overcount in
both-
jobs,
on
essentially.
both sides in both groups. I wouldn't put too much in that.
Labor market,
Okay,
that's
and
it.
just to follow up, please, given your growth upgrade,
Literally what John
how would you
what Williams
factor in,
said.
or what would be the economic impact if the Supreme Court is to strike down the tariffs that they're currently hearing, please, in terms of growth and inflation? Thank you.
I really don't know. It would depend. It would depend on a whole bunch of things we don't know. So I can't really help you there.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying now. Yes, like right now it's at number 7. And normally when you hit number 7, after you pass number 5, you're going to fall down to number 6 or number 5. If you just go straight through number 7, what that tells me is yes, this
Again,
market
silver, gold,
has finally
Bitcoin, they're in their
confirmed
own little world, leading the SPY
it
now.
wants to reach the
Same
sky.
with Russell.
You're going to reach
Like
700.
non-index related
So
to
today
dollar
would be the
or even more.
confirmation of it. So of course, if we had to take a little loss, that's perfectly fine. Remember, it's not about the win or loss. It's about understanding the directions, right? So generally,
through our vast
what we had
network of
reviewed over the weekend
contacts and just through our observation
was
of
that
what's going
until
on
you
in
go
the
above
economy,
this
we are in
box,
a lot.
until I see SPY
If
up
you
here,
listen to the
you know what I'm
earnings
saying?
reports for consumer
I'm not
companies
looking
that
at it
tend
being
to deal
bullish.
with low and moderate income people,
So
they'll
you
all
just
say
running up to the top of
that
a
we're
box
seeing
just tells me
people,
you're gonna
you
fall
know,
down, you
tightening
know?
their belts,
Especially if you're doing it
you know,
today.
changing products that they buy,
So
buying
yeah,
less and that sort
but
of
if you
thing.
just
And
shoot
so
straight above
that's
it,
clearly a thing.
that's
It's
like
also clearly a thing that,
that's a very rare
asset
trend,
values,
first of all,
housing values
and it's
Everything. High tickers almost
confirmation of
maxed
you
out
wanting
now.
to have an extreme
Again, some more.
upside.
Dollars hitting a low. Those ones are moving hardest right now.
So again, I don't think it's gonna get above this box,
How sustainable
689.
it is, I don't know. Most of the
I think it's probably gonna
consumption
run up a
does
little bit more,
happen
maybe
by
touch the top,
people
maybe
who have more
wick above it a little
needs.
bit. In terms of
I think,
holding
you know,
above
the
it,
top
yeah, I
third
think that's a
accounts for
decision
way
for
more than a
tomorrow
third of the
and for the rest of the week,
consumption, for example.
right?
So,
But for today,
it's a good question.
we're looking
how
for a nice little
sustainable that is.
retracement to the downside.
You know, the best we can do
Yeah,
is to have
yeah.
you know,
Let's
price
see it.
stability
Let's see what this market got.
and a strong labor market. And what we saw
Looks a little stuck here, huh?
For example, what we saw at the end of the the very, very long expansion that ended with the outbreak of the pandemic, we saw that it was 10 years and 8 months or something like that, the longest one in recorded history. In the last 2
Dollars getting
years,
killed.
most
Check
of
your
the
Euro,
job- the
Euro,
largest
Euro
part of
USD
the wage
long should be
gains
up. Oh yeah, I gotta
going
check
to
Euro
people in
USD.
the bottom quartile, the bottom
Again,
part,
everybody,
low and moderate
gold's
income.
still
So,
going against us right
you
here.
know, having a strong labor
Let's go ahead
market
and look
for a
at
long
your chart
period
from
of
yesterday.
time is really, really
Right
good
above those
from a
highs.
social standpoint. It's helping people at the lower income levels, and that's what we all want to
Nice
get back
and
to.
easy, everybody.
But we got to have price stability, and we got to have full employment, maximum employment.
And just quickly, you mentioned the housing market remains kind of weak. With these rate cuts that we've seen, is there a chance we're going to see more affordability in the housing market so more people can
Let's
maybe
close some of these
enjoy
tabs.
that part of wealth creation? I mean, the average age or median age of a first-time home buyer is now 40 years old. That's the highest on record.
Yeah, so the housing market faces some really significant challenges, and I don't know that a 25 basis point decline in the federal funds rate is going to make much of a difference for people. Housing supply is low. Many people have very, very low rate mortgages from the pandemic period, and they kept refinancing and got the really low. So it's made expensive for them to move, and we're a ways away.
What just
from
happened to all my
that
SPY charts?
changing. Also, we haven't built enough housing in the country for a long time, and so a lot of estimates suggest that we just need more housing of different kinds. So housing is going to be a problem, and really
Please tell me I
the
didn't
tools
just
to
delete all
address
that.
it are we can
What just
raise
happened?
lower interest rates, but we don't really have the
Wait,
tools to
what just
address
happened? Give me 1 second.
secular housing shortage.
You said ours out of gold? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Remember, everybody take notes. Look at what I'm doing. See how I'm doing it. See how I'm going about it. Pay attention to every little specific element.
Goods inflation looking like maybe it'll peak. We had the wages report you mentioned today showing moderating wage growth. Where are the inflation risks? It looks like inflation is cooling in your view. At the same time, you have potentially negative hiring. Why not? Why aren't we hearing more about maybe more cuts in this environment?
Well, I think the risk in inflation is pretty clear to see, and that is, we see higher inflation. As I mentioned, most of the inflation over target is from goods, and we estimate, we expect, most of us, that
This is the
inflation will be a
quietest I've
one-time
ever
price
heard
increase
Josh.
and income down.
Ever.
We just
Like,
came
ever.
off an experience
I've
where,
never heard of him being this quiet.
inflation turned out to be much more persistent than.
This is so
anyone
odd.
anticipated. Is that going to happen now?
He's just waiting for Powell to finish speaking, and I'm pretty sure he's going to start hopping back on.
Turns out to be more and more persistent, maybe because companies who are now holding back from passing through the tariffs will just keep doing that. So you'll see you see that. I think the other possibility is less likely, and that is just that the labor market gets
Remember,
tight,
everybody,
or the economy gets tight, and you see just traditional inflation.
we bought
I don't see that
688
as
puts up here.
particularly likely,
Again, everybody,
but,
this was our second
so
play.
I think, again,
688 puts.
all across the committee, people see the picture pretty similarly, but see the risks quite differently. And some people do see the inflation risk, and I wouldn't dismiss that case. I don't dismiss that case, but you've got to make an assessment, and this is the assessment we made.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. So this
How
has
come
come
no
up
one
a couple
called on
times
him?
today, but to be clear, do you believe that we're experiencing a positive productivity shock, whether from AI or policy factors or whatever? And how much is that driving the higher GDP projection in the SEP?
So yeah, I mean,
I kind of want to get puts for tomorrow, just to buy something just to hold. You know what I mean?
This is higher. You know, this is definitely higher, and it was before it could
We'll
be
see, though.
attributed to AI. I think I also think if you look at what AI can do, and if you use it in your personal life, as I imagine many of us have, you can see the prospects for productivity. I think it makes people who use it more productive. It may make other people have to find other jobs, though. So it could have productivity implications while also having, you know, social and labor market implications that we don't have the tools to deal with. But yes, I think we're definitely seeing higher
Expiration
productivity.
date is for
I think it's a
today
little quick to be
for the
saying it's
688 puts.
generative AI, but
That's the one that we currently got
I
into
don't
for
know,
trade
you know,
number
the
2.
pandemic may have induced people to do more automation and do more things with computers to replace people.
Yeah, Lim.
And
Point number
that
7
raises
is definitely going to be a
productivity
very good
output
point to
per hour.
DCA into.
Does that imply a higher? Does that
For
imply
the
higher neutral rates,
684s.
and therefore the policy
That's
might be a
completely
little
correct.
easier than it seems?
All
And then when you
things
fall
equal,
down to
yes,
number
but
5,
all things aren't equal. There are many.
that's when you want to see if you can
many
hop
things
out,
pushing in
put a
different
nice little
directions
stop
on
loss, you know what I
what the
mean?
neutral rate would be. But yes, that argument does come up.
Matt Egan.
Remember the 670,
Matt Egan with
678
CNN.
puts?
After today,
We bought a
we only
single
have
one
3
on the
more
cheap account. We're still
meetings
holding
at
it.
the helm of the Fed.
We have a
Since becoming Fed
678
chair,
for
we've seen
$25,
multiple
and then we
trade
have a
wars, the
683 for
pandemic, a
15,
reopening period of high
and then
inflation,
we
and your
have
term's not up as chair until
we have
May.
683,
I'm wondering
we have a
if you've given any
678,
thought to what you want your
and that's pretty much
legacy
it for the cheap accounts.
My legacy.
And then right now we have the 680.
I think he's doing it now.
Right, for the more
really
expensive
wanna
account.
turn this job over.
Those are about like $90 each,
to
so
whoever replaces me
yeah, it's a little bit more
with
as
the
compared to the
economy
other
in really
ones,
good shape.
of course.
That's what I want to do. I want
Yeah.
inflation to be under control. coming
Now
back
you
down to
do.
2%.
No, not last
I want
month,
the market to be
motherfucker.
strong. That's what I want. And all of my efforts are to
Yeah, that was the
to
first
get
time I heard
that.
Josh
It's
this whole
happened all
time.
along, but ultimately,
What's going on? Let's see what he's doing.
That's what and it's, you know, I don't have time to think about bigger things. I hope many years ahead to worry about that, but there's enough to do.
Relatedly, have you given any more thought, and can you tell us any more about your plans on whether or not you plan to stay on the Fed?
Well, it's not really even about seeing last year's exact candles. Is the fact that leading up to FOMC, leading up to December, you're doing something very similar. And again, that's having to do with the pauses. That's having to do with them cutting.
Chairman Mark Hamrick with
It's pretty much like a whole pot, right? It's like a pot with a bunch of stuff that's mixed in it. And what you're looking for is it generally following along the same, you know, just level of momentum. As it runs up, as it falls, like today, the way you were dropping today was perfect. But it's very slow. It's not like the other FOMCs. It's like half the momentum, you could say. So, yeah, that's the reason why we want to just give this a moment here.
I don't know.
Again, everybody, this is only about half of the momentum that you normally get on FOMC.
Over time, we do what we do in order to create price stability and maximum employment, and those things are hugely valuable to all the people we serve. When we raise rates to bring inflation down, you know, that does work by slowing the economy, but we've moved back our policy back down to where it's certainly not strongly restrictive at this point. I think it's sort of in the range of neutral. So that's what we're trying to do.
Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm getting a call.
I would want people to understand that. I think what people are feeling is the effect of higher prices. There was a global wave. Sort of every large economy in the world, sort of every large open economy, market-based economy in the world had a wave of inflation that looked an awful lot like ours. We actually came through better than any other country, substantially better. We had higher growth, we had better labor market, and this is really due to the American economy. We have an extraordinary economy, and you know, people are innovative, they work hard, and so, you know, all of us who work in economics jobs really fortunate to have the U.S. economy. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hey, yo. All right, well, I have one for you. But yeah, not a recommendation. We got a couple of good plays during that. Now you're going to get some tech earnings after the bell today and then tomorrow. But yeah, you guys see it, right? I don't know. You guys, like, you see it, right? You just see what the F happened, bro? Are you kidding me? Did you guys just understand what happened? That was the first time he told the truth on tariffs. He said, yeah, it's not that bad. One time, he said, we're going to make sure. Bro, that was crazy. That was actually crazy. That was actually crazy. He was much, much different. We were all expecting the hawkishness. He came in.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Wishing you a very happy half-off holiday, because right now Mint Mobile is offering you the gift of 50% off unlimited, which our set decorator, well, took pretty literally. To be clear, that's half price, not half the service. Okay, Mint is still premium, unlimited wireless for a great price. We're festive, we're not reckless. So, that means a half day, yeah? Yeah, I'm gonna go with yeah. Okay, leaving, nobody's stopping me.
Or I just sold premium $40, $50 out the money, and they paid me a fucking arm and a leg. It's actually insane. So, yeah, I'd wrap any of those up. Again, if you took advantage of the plays with a little bit more time, they moved a little slower, but they got you there. The ones that I guided you to should have been good. You could have took more risk on the short term, but like I'm saying, if you just opened up the door, January's not off the table, bro. That was everybody was expecting him to be very hawkish. The most hawkish thing out of all of this was Homeboy pretty much saying that he's going to that they might pause. Pretty much this could be the pausing, but he didn't shut down January. Motherfucking Nick Timmerhouse tried to get him to say if he was going to raise rates. So, yeah, bro, all around left and right. That was, yeah, bro, that was crazy. That was very crazy. I think he definitely switched gears on a lot of it. And, yeah, I don't think people were really expecting that. So we'll see how it all plays out. But at this point, remember, Thursdays are bad. But then again, the media has been talking about Thursdays being bad, so maybe that ends. But yeah, bro, I'm telling you, that was way too dovish. That was so dovish. You should probably be worried about the labor market slipping, because I'm telling you, that was nothing like Powell. I think he did want to leave on a good note, because again, everybody on the Fed was well behaved. Powell did not shoot down anything. He did not go out of bounds. I mean, I'm telling you, this was all. I think we picked up on it pretty early, but then all throughout the meeting, it all held. Every single aspect of that, none of that really pointed towards this idea that he was going to, not a foregone conclusion. He acted reasonable. That's what I'm saying. That was before we even heard Powell. I was telling you, it seemed like everybody on the Fed was well behaved, but the reality is, like, he sounds like a person who observed tariffs properly for the first fucking time. I'm telling you, he's just saying, yeah, it's a one-time thing. It's already been a year. We'll find out by early next quarter. But even then, at this point, it hasn't gone that insane. They can manage it. But then he's saying, from AI to everything going on, the jobs overcount, it really is about the labor market. And, I think he did a good job today. That's what I'm saying. I was kind of disappointed with him last time, but seems like he brought it back in. That way, too, the market wasn't too bubbly, but yeah, that was. Oh, dude, didn't I tell you Nick Timmerhouse fell off? Y'all thought I was playing, bro. First, Nick Timmerhouse trying to make it seem this guy knows more history. He wrote a damn book on it. He know more history of the Fed than all of y'all. And he's like, well, what if the Fed board members have a mutiny? What if they all go against it? And I'm like, come on. Now he's like, what if you raise rates? Even Powell shut that down. So Powell didn't really even. He said, yeah. You said you're correct on your history, but. He's saying it's not. He said, if anything, you'll get 2 rate cuts, worst case scenario, it sounded like. Maybe even one, but this idea of rate cuts, rate hikes in general, he shot that down. And again, he seems like, as he rightfully should be, he is more worried about the labor market. Again, you've been watching a lot of data, even the quits yesterday. So, and then I don't know, man. You should really be asking yourself what the F is going to happen between now and January. That is what I think is even more fascinating, because whatever it is, and he was talking about the jobs over count, that's what kind of put everything in the game, bro. So I think that was absolutely fascinating. I think what your boy just did, bro, that again, very different. The whole expectation was hawkish cut. That was a dovish cut. That was not. That wasn't a hawkish cut. Powell, the Fed, they did not display any, like, it just wasn't as partisan. You get what I'm saying? Think about it. He paused. He gave you the cut as expected, but it just didn't feel like that was filled with politics. You notice nobody asked any dumb political questions. Everybody on the Fed, all the dot plot, everybody was reasonable. You could argue after that meeting, you could argue Fed Moran was unreasonable. You see what I'm saying? Go look at the dot plot. Fed Moran, that 50 basis points, that's probably the most extreme action. This was too fucking chill after all of these guys were tweaking out. I don't think it seems too dovish because, again, he even highlighted it. He corrected the bond market. Go look at TLT right now. We'll see where TLT ends up, but that's the question that Michael McKee asked him, and he's saying, well, everybody's worried about bonds. He's saying, so everyone's worried about bonds because of inflation, and he's saying, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. He said, and then he explained it how the contacts all said inflation, but he's saying it's jobs. He's saying we're not worried about inflation. Again, he made sure today to finally, this was the first time Powell actually supported and aligned with this idea that tariffs don't cause inflation. And if they were, it was going to be something that they could handle, and that there's other, orders of magnitude you should be following, which would be protecting the job market and some other things. So, and then again, he did acknowledge all of the fucking spend is coming from AI. And so he was very realistic, bro. I'm shocked all around. Again, that was, you guys saw when we first saw the SEP. I had to make sure I was looking at the right one, but all these guys just started behaving very, very normal after kind of being politically extreme just over the last couple months. So good for you, Powell. I think you did very, very good. And I think Powell is definitely going to go out on a good note rather than, I don't think he's going to walk out leaving looking like he had TDS, because that was a good one. Unless something's about to get clapped by here in January, because that's what I'm saying. If you're going to say it's too dovish, maybe you should be worried about the labor market, because it seems like he knows something, but then again, he did explain it. He said that there was a 40,000 overcount in jobs, and that's going to, when you factor that into even the data that they have, even if it's limited, he's saying how that's going to, the way that's going to reflect, that's a lot of demand going down. So even though there's a lot of AI spend, yeah, you'll get the tariff inflation, but it's small, and again, it's already by March, by April, it's done. You're going to know what's going on with it. I do think it is the jobs. I think something is up with the jobs. And now January's on the table. So now if motherfuckers want to go, and he said you're going to see the data, don't put too much weight on the data, but between now and January, any bad news will be good news. Any bad labor news will be good news. The market even has a little bit of cover to ignore inflation as long as it doesn't fucking skyrocket. But yeah, that was a very, very different Powell than what you just witnessed on October 29th. So again, that was a Powell that brought the market down. And then again, it seems like John Williams was talking about the labor market. A lot of people have been, but yeah, all of that tracks, dude. That was very weird, man. I don't think anybody was expecting that. Everybody thought we were going to get 5 dissents. They thought it was going to be a hawkish cut. There was, again, the only thing hawkish was him pausing, and he didn't even shut it down. He did not shut down January. He explained it in a way that most people could probably understand it. Just like I'm saying, that was the least politically biased he's been all fucking year. So good for him, man. And good for everybody else on the Fed, at least because, again, jobs affects American people. You know what I'm saying? Imagine for the last 12 months, not being clear and having a policy that was making things more expensive for credit, for homes, all of these, and then people are getting fucking fired and losing their job left and right. And then this guy's like, inflation! The tariff! The Donald Trump inflation! You know, so good for him. It does seem like he is, you know, going to set the sails towards the American people here, towards the final end of his term. But, yeah, man, that's kind of nuts. That was, that came out of left field comparatively, because he had room to be a little bit more hawkish. And then again, this time we were all ready for it, but yeah, all around it was, again, you guys even heard the reporters. They read it dovish. He answered it dovish. That he did. He had they gave him every opportunity to shit on every single idea, and he did not take it. So, yeah, man, we'll see. Merry Christmas. Jerome Powell's coming to town. He knows if there is job loss. He knows if tariffs raise prices. He knows if you bought puts or calls. So just hold for goodness sake. Hey, you better not cut. You better not hold. You better raise, because they hate Donald Trump. Jerome Powell's coming to town. Well, look at that. On that note, I'm going to go pee. I didn't get to go pee during all of that. So, how do you feel, man? How do you guys feel? Is anybody disappointed? Is anybody? I'm surprised. I am shocked. Oh, shit, I forgot. We got Donald Trump now. He's with the Apple. He's chilling with Apple, and he's chilling with Dell and Qualcomm.
When that happens, oil and gas and energy is so big.
That's why Donald Trump ain't going to talk shit.
You don't even know what number 2 is.
There's no way.
Number 2.
I can't believe Powell is just caving left and right. I think Powell got mad that we called it. This time he knows. We saw it through the bullshit.
I inherited, very simply,
I'm very surprised.
Highest prices in history, and I'm bringing them down really fast.
They have the option to cut in January, even though they shouldn't.
And when energy
and we
comes
weren't,
down,
you know, we didn't really need that today.
I've only been here a short while. And we gave them a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Oh, you're about to hit a new high.
They would have destroyed our country.
That's what I'm saying. We're getting back to 6,900. I think you're out of Chop City, bro. And the Fed's going to be buying short-term bonds. You're 20 points away. I would argue. Maybe I'm early. Maybe we front-run it, but I think Chop City's done, bro. That's it. You're going to have to get through tomorrow and Friday, and then depending on Oracle earnings and Broadcom, but this motherfucker.
In a state like nobody's ever seen.
Bro, he flipped.
Worse than anything you've ever imagined. Worse than 1929, in my opinion. Instead, we have the hottest country in the world, and we're going to keep it that way. But just to finish, we inherited high prices. We're bringing them down very rapidly, and we're bringing them down to very, very good levels. They'll soon be down at very good levels. Michael, please go ahead.
Absolutely. As everyone in this room probably knows very well, leadership in science and technology has been foundational to our economic and national security for decades. And because of the policies that you have championed and the private sector partnerships that you have made, America currently is leading the world in.
When you walk into a Burlington, you're walking into low prices and amazing gifts. That's main character energy. Because at Burlington, the deals aren't the only thing bringing joy.
Which set the stage for the revolution that we're seeing today. In the past year, we've built on that. We signed out the AI Action Plan in July of this year, which the President launched here in Washington, along with 3 EOs. And I know a lot of that effort is around creating a regulatory environment to allow for companies like yours to thrive and for the applications that you build to have the biggest impact on Americans every day. So thank you for everything that you do, and I know we're going to keep working together to make sure that America is the home for the next great technological discoveries.
All right, thank you, Michael. And Michael?
Thank you, sir. Well, look, we greatly appreciate the focus the administration has on lowering energy costs. And energy is the substrate of manufacturing at the industrial level and really an incredibly important input to the economy. We can't be competitive without a super low-cost energy industry. And had a great meeting earlier today with Secretary Wright, and really appreciate all the work that he's been doing. This is, of course, incredibly important when it comes to AI, because it does consume a great deal of power. All the semiconductor manufacturing consumes a great deal of power. Another big area of focus for us is how we can take all this great AI technology, the AI stack of the innovative companies here in the United States, and sell that around the world. And I'd like to ask Arvind to speak a little bit more about this. Arvind?
Thank you. So, Mr. President, first, we really would like to thank you for everything you're doing for economic growth, as you said. I completely agree with you. Economic growth then drives a lot of other benefits to everything else. We also want to thank you for all the work you're doing on deregulation and making things easier for business to participate in that growth. Michael spoke of the AI stack. It's incredibly important that under the action plans that you have laid out and Michael Kratzer just spoke of, we really help promote the AI stack, which is not semiconductors only. Those are incredibly important, but it's semiconductors, it's software, it's the systems which many of us here build, and it is the software applications on top. The ability to take those to all our friends in countries, so all the friendly countries, is going to be very, very important. And we wish to work with your government to make sure that we can do that, because otherwise we're afraid that competing countries are going to be able to get that stack. So we would say that.
Anything that you're looking at that we can help you with so that you create a bigger and better IBM and hire a lot more people? Anything you need?
A few countries, we'll speak to members of your administration to make sure that those can go and that barriers get lowered for being able to do it quickly. We agree guardrails are necessary, but lower barriers would be very, very helpful.
You mean tariffs?
No.
Because are these countries tariffing you any, making your life difficult? Are they doing anything else to make your life difficult?
It's the ability to take certain systems which have semiconductors inside them into these countries. So right now, because we have controls on where all the semiconductors can go, then the entire system is restricted. That's what we want to do. The same as
how many countries do that?
Probably a half dozen. So
I can tell you the countries already. I know.
Yes.
I know every country very well.
And
we have ways of combating that quickly. So you'll let me know.
And the last part I'd like to say is I'd also like to thank you for all that you're doing to help modernize government itself, because we think that that's incredibly important. You made a number of announcements, but a couple that I'd just like to point out. We worked with Commissioner Frank Bisignano to help make Social Security better. So I would like to thank you for your help on that. And we'll work with him on making IRS.
He's done a fantastic job.
He is. Frank's great.
He's done a great job, Frank. He's had a great career, actually left
Good luck.
a tremendous career where his salary, I think, was 100 times greater than it is now.
Yeah, there's Lippluton headlines.
Yeah,
He said he had to step back from deals because he kept trying to buy companies he already owned.
We hope to help him replicate that now at our results.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good job. Cristiano, please.
Yes, just a few points. I think, first of all, Mr. President, thank you for your vision. Thank you for understanding the importance of the American private sector in industry, I think, and the growth of the economy. I want to just build on some of the things that were said by my colleagues. I think we have built probably one of the most advanced technologies in the world, and part of it is because I think the commitment to innovation that we have in the country, but also the fact that it has been American technology for the world. So I think we have an incredible opportunity. When I think about what Michael said about exporting AI, I had a conversation with Secretary Howard. Now that the trade deal's been made, is an opportunity to really build on those trade deals and export, I think, American technology. And also, as we think about the technology, it's an important vector to drive the reindustrialization, I think, of the country with technology. So we're incredibly excited about that. I think it's a big opportunity. I think it's the next wave of growth that we can build on those trade agreements. And I think it resonates what also Arvind said about the importance of the American technology stack. And then we're just going to finish with 2 points. There are 2 exciting things happening in the world of technology coming right now. One is as AI
AIG
become the new
takeover
form of
chatter?
computing, AI
The
is going
insurance
not
company?
only
Oh,
to the data
shit.
center, but to everything, to cars, to PCs. And
That
we
looks
see
like we're
now the
behind on that
ability
one.
to run models that you can only run AI in the data center. You can
AIG
run that
is
on
massive.
a microcomputer, on a computer for Enrique. on a
Literally, nobody's
server,
fucking even trading it.
With small server.
That might be your
on-premise. So I think
opportunity.
we're going to see the proliferation.
There's only
of
one,
AI.
but it's the
other
spreads
one
are
is
really,
6G.
really wide.
We had
So
made
be careful. The
commitment
one
working
that's
with
showing
Biden
is
administration, working with
look at the
FCC,
last trade. Those
we're
are all
gonna
jacked up.
accelerate 6G. We're
But
working
yeah, the
to
option chain's
launch
tweaking like
first
something's
in
there.
the world in the LA Olympics, and I think that's another opportunity for America to lead in the next wireless evolution. So, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah,
Thank
be
you for the
careful on that. But that's
partnership,
bro.
and
That's
you're gonna be
5%.
hard at work, I think driving that agenda.
So we're into 6G now.
Hey.
I just finished 5G. I was a leader on 5G getting that done. And now they're up to 6.
Let's do it again.
What does that do? Give you
Let's do it again.
a little bit deeper view into
Okay.
somebody's skin? See how perfect it is? I like the cameras the old days. So they just had a nice feature. Now they cover every little. Let's see, Michael, well, you're in good shape. You're not gonna. But I tell you, it's so the 6 is coming, huh?
It's coming.
Does it ever end? And what happens? You'll be into 7, right? Before 6 gets old.
Yeah, bro. There's an AIG again.
Anybody have
I
anything
thought
else
we
to
were
say?
late on it, but it's just that no one's even fucking trading it. That's a massive name.
As well for the openness of your organization and your team. We always find people that wants to hear what we need and is willing to design programs that will support us. So thank you for.
Well, we're here to serve you. We want you to just dominate the whole world in terms
Excuse
of
me?
what you do. It's a very important world, and you're doing that. And we're making it easy for you, and that means you're going to do it faster. It's more jobs, and a lot of good things happen. Right? Go ahead,
Maybe,
please.
Mr. President, you may not recall, but in your first term, you actually sponsored the Department
shit.
of
All right, I
Energy
found
to
one.
build the largest systems ever built. And thanks to your sponsorship, the Department of Energy owns the 3 top supercomputers in the world.
Yep.
And we build them with them. And these are systems that can do quintillion operations per second. And that means we can solve
I know.
a lot of
We made that possible. It's worked out very well. Good.
solve problems. So I know we're going to build the next generation again.
Good. Sounds good to me. Any questions, please?
Mr. President. Thank you. Can you explain a little more about this Venezuelan oil tanker and share a little more information?
Well, I'll let the people do it, but you see the result, and I guess they probably have released the pictures by now or pretty soon.
It's good. We're 20 points from the high. If we
You'll
break the
discuss
new
that with
high,
the
we're at a
appropriate
chop
people
city.
later on, but,
There's a couple of
no,
opportunities
we're
for the
seeing it's for very
crackheads
good
to
reason.
reemerge, and now we're even getting some M&A action still. That's kind of been the theme all month, low key.
From a lot of countries have to hand over 5 years of social media history to get a tourist visa. Are you concerned at all that if that's implemented, there would be a decline in tourism next year? And what sort of material
No,
do you think is
we're doing so well. We just want people to come over here and safe. We want safety, we want security, we want to make sure we're not letting.
Again,
the wrong
Broadcom and
people
Oracle,
come
you could
into
take
our
advantage of
country.
those
We're getting rid
premiums
of a
while
lot
the
of bad
crackheads
ones
are
from
going
jail,
for the earnings.
from,
I can't
mental
believe those. Those still filled.
institutions, drug
I'm talking
dealers.
shorting premium if
We
you
get a
have
lot
any
of-
plays that
lot of
were
bad
not as
people,
up from the
murderers.
run up.
11,000.
You could literally get 90% back,
half of
and then
them,
they'll be $30 out the money.
Exactly half of them committed more than one.
Yeah, and then
murder.
there was that one.
We're getting rid of them.
There was only
some
AIGs.
cases
You got to
we
be a
don't
little
even wanna
careful
get
on
them
there.
out.
My apologies, everybody. Just got off the phone.
Yeah, those already hit
Okay, so
actually. Those
first
are up
things first.
200%. Be careful.
Of course, Pal's done speaking.
Stand and you see where we've
It's about to
been.
be
Like Washington,
around
DC, now
350.
people walk down the
So we're just gonna give this another
Dude,
4
that's
to 10
crazy.
minutes
That's
here.
what I'm saying. AIG is
Remember,
massive.
you could sell your spy
So that's what
options
kind
up
of
to
made me
10
doubt
minutes
it, but
after
that's
the
why it's
close.
hard to find a play on there.
So
but
what I'm
yeah,
looking for,
you're getting
since
the
we're so
dynamic,
close
and
to
then there's a
basically being in the
rackle.
money, we actually are in the money already, right? Because the 688s. For the 679s, the 678 puts that we had from down here,
Amazingly,
we only bought one for around 25. So we're gonna have to take a loss on that. We'll write about it after. So that's a $25 loss down here.
got out of bed, actually, got
We then
stood
bought
up,
something
did
for
the same
$15,
thing
which we bought that around number 5.
chances of
So the
Andrew,
$15 play
other than his mother,
went up
was
to
like,
around like
"He's gonna be
23,
okay."
22 at the
His
peak.
mother was the most positive.
We're currently still holding that as well.
And,
So that's 2 losses.
she'll be right.
And then we have the third trade, which is the 688 puts. And currently we're holding those right now, trying to see if you're going to get a little tiny retracement to the downside. That's all, you know. Let's see if this is going to get exciting. Imagine like a nice little shot clock, right? Like at 0, at 4 o'clock, that's when you hit the bottom. But Yeah, we're just watching right now, taking it real slow. Remember, everybody, make sure you take it real slow.
That's probably the ones that would.
This FOMC was nothing like the last,
Think about it.
completely
She was very
different.
gracious. She said I should have gotten the
So
Nobel
finally,
Prize
of
for
course,
that.
since we got something that's a little bit different from the last FOMCs, we could use this going into February.
No, I don't.
Because remember, we're not going to have another report for 40 days.
I wouldn't be happy with it.
So, I mean, it's going to be towards the end of January, I guess. But yeah, towards the end of January, we're going to have the next FOMC. For now, this is done. This is completed. The market, of course, is running up into the high from October 29th. And the first thing we would like to see here is you potentially hit 690. If Spica hits 690, it's going to be perfect. If you can't hit 690, again, everybody, you're just going to crash again. You're just going to do it because this is the midpoint. I doubt it's going to be as aggressive as last time when you fell down $40, $50. But I could see us falling around 30 to like 20 from the peak. So like 688, 671 within the next 2 weeks. I could see that definitely. But yeah, how was everybody's day? There was so much sadness in the background. Did you guys feel that? Like the energy is just like completely thrown off. So that's something that we had to fix, you know. We got to make sure everybody's energy stays, you know, top notch, nonstop, 24/7. Even if you have to have a loss, do not let that stuff take you down. You know, you can't. Because if you do, it means, again, you're not going to grow. Straight up to number 8. Again, last 10 minutes. Real slow, we taking it. Excellent, Mikey. Excellent, Mikey. Those puts are toast. Again, we just got to give it a second, everybody. You guys are sounding a little similar to like the people on Mumu who are assuming stuff. You can't assume until the trade is over. Again, don't assume until the trade is over. Write notes. Talk about what you're doing, what your ideas are, what your brain is thinking, right? But until the trade is over, do not assume. Profit or loss, because again, I'm not trying to sit here and tell you, you know what I mean, this is going to go up 1,000%, 1,000,000,000,000%. But at the same time, do not assume until it's over. Okay? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Shimmy and shake. Let's see what's going to happen here. Yeah, so for tomorrow, as long as we can stay above number 5 today, tomorrow we're just going to play the continuation of the upside. See if we can go into the 690s. But yeah, we're just waiting for tomorrow now. And then today, depending on what happens here, the last 10 minutes, we can kind of see how to play tomorrow a little bit more accurately, right? Kind of. Kind of. You're down just 20% now. Let's see what's going on the chat. How we doing, John? Is that Bill Nye the science guy? This is Yo, I remember watching that shit when I was younger. My goodness. You blew the top step? Excellent, John. That right there tells us we have a learning lesson. Let's see what the learning lesson was so that we can go forward. If we don't learn the learning lesson, it's impossible for us to go forward. Meaning you're just going to lose more money later on But if we can see why we lost money right now, it stops you from losing money later on just due to the process of it, right? That's all it is. Mikey, you said energy is real down because no sunlight. You know what's crazy? I was outside when I was driving. I was just like, yeah, why is this so like gloomy? You know what I mean? Oh, 100%, Mikey. That's never gonna stop the show. Come on now. We're down 20% now. Through the window, by the window. Come on. So what do you guys want to do after? What do you guys want to review? We could talk about, what can we talk about? We could talk about the spy for tomorrow, I guess. And then the last hour. Like going from like 4 p.m. to like 5 p.m. I kind of want to... I kind of want to build something a little different for you gentlemen that are on the Discord right now. What I'm thinking about is building something that shows you guys how to correctly invest into, of course, the futures as well as the options, right? Like more of like a foolproof plan type of thing. It just takes some time to develop, you know. So I guess we could work on that later. I kind of like the sound of that. What is today? Today is December 10th. I'm going to have to do that by the 15th. So tomorrow, I got to fix my healthcare before they cancel it by the 15th. And then, other than that, I pretty much have nothing to do. Oh, yeah. Also, just so you guys can know now, on... Where is it? On the 17th, next week, Wednesday, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to have some personal matters to deal with. So I'm not going to be here at all on the 17th. But I will be texting you guys and showing you guys what to do the night before. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. Next week on Wednesday, which is usually the best week to trade, second and third week, right? I'm just not going to be here on that day. Okay? Unfortunately, I have this individual who was real sad about his personal life, I guess, and they're not happy with the fact that they can't make the money that we do here. So unfortunately, this individual is trying to do some damage, but I'm having the time of my life with them. So it's a learning lesson, you know. It really is a learning lesson. After all, that's the reason why I've been saying this is not financial advice, in case you guys have not been able to tell. I've been saying that because, not yet, somebody's out to get me, but good luck. That's all I have to say to them. Good luck, you know? So for you gentlemen out there, again, I'm not going to talk about what's currently going on, but make sure, again, for all of you gentlemen back there, make sure you understand you don't trust anybody. All these people are out to get you. All these people. Just think about it like that. I'm talking about when you trade. I'm talking about when you buy, when you sell. The meticulation behind your actions is what I'm referring to. Just make sure you're trying to do as best as you can and you're thinking of all outcomes so that the unexpected already is expected. You see? All right, everybody, we're up 10% now. We're up $400 on the SPY play for 688. Just like that, like always, everybody. You can go ahead and put your stop losses. Put your stop losses. We're up 10%, $1,400. $2,300 we're up, 16%. We just made everything back, plus extra. Last 1 minute of the close. We're going to go ahead and put our stop loss. We're up $3,000. Oh my God. Come on. That was awesome. Come on. And you didn't even hit number 5 yet. Come on. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. Let's check gold now. Yeah, gold is crashing as well. Excellent. Let's see if this can go down just a slight bit more. We're going to get liquidated on the futures here. So we're going to have to take a small little loss, which is basically what we made like 30 minutes ago. So we'll wait and see here. So again, that trade ended up working out well. The 688s, kind of like a shot clock, right? At the buzzard. The cheap plays that we bought into, like the $25 play, the $15 play, those didn't end up working out, but that's okay. You know, we'll just build it back up tomorrow and just try again tomorrow. That's really the only thing we could do, you know? Try again tomorrow. Learn from our lessons. Produce some type of satisfactory outcome for tomorrow, of course, in terms of planning. And then that's really all, you know? So, ladies and gentlemen, wait for tomorrow. We're going to buy calls at the bottom of the trend tomorrow, and then we're going to try to see if we can play the continuation going upwards. The SPY has finally hit 690.05. So because we finally hit 690, I could see us going up higher. And yeah, then we'll sell the NVIDIA play. Remember, we have NVIDIA plays, right? Why? Because we knew the market was going to run up higher. Generally, just due to the fact that you're not at 740 yet. So remember that. That's why we have NVIDIA options. And that's the reason also why we sold the SPY options so quickly. Because we have NVIDIA, you know. There's no need to really hold anything too long or anything like that. And yeah, that's awesome. So how's everybody's day? 1 out of 10, everybody. 1 out of 10. You know I'm going to ask you. If it's a 5, if it's a 4, just say it. Say whatever you guys feel today turned out to be. You be back tonight? Excellent, John. There we go. Come on, everybody. You said, but Webull and Moomoo can't trade near closing time. With Webull, you could trade up to 30 minutes before the close. Moomoo is an hour. Tasty trade, it's about 30 minutes as well. So yeah, that's pretty much all. Oh wait, my phone died. I can't post the trade. Give me 1 second, everybody.
The market is closed. Order filled.
You must have
All right, everybody. So this is what we're going to do for the next 30 minutes to potentially an hour. Is my mic muted? All right, everybody. So we're going to create a little city. We're going to do something new. Let's extend the viewport first. Actually, you know what? Let's go live right now. Let's restart another live, and then we'll just simply call this like Blender tutorials, you know? Because I want to show you guys how to like 3D model and stuff like that, right? Just the same way I do it for my animes and stuff like that. Because who knows? Maybe you guys want to create your own stuff, right? I can also show you how to make games on Unreal Engine. I haven't used it, and you could say like about like 11 months, 10 months, probably. But this is Unreal Engine right here. Right there at the top of my screen. So like that's for like games or importing some of your animations from Blender into that. Which is like a whole new level of building, world building, tools, animations. It's just a little bit different. It's kind of crazy because with Unreal Engine recently, they started improving the way a computer would process the information. So what occurred was basically, it's called Polygon 3D Viewport. So with the Polygon, you know, viewport, it's basically like a bunch of triangles, and it's like triangles stacked on top of one another in various formats, which produce the colors, it produces the animations, it produces all the little small tiny, you know, factors, right? And because they switched it to this type of a mechanism where it would process differently in terms of like what you see and how detailed it was, it actually allowed all game developers to take like a massive leap in performance. So what you're going to start to notice is that a lot of indie developers, like game designers and, you know, small people, small groups, they're actually able to create stuff that's competing with, you know, like AAA studios, for example. It's really crazy. And I kid you guys not. If you guys would like to learn how to animate, like to learn how to build a game, again, I could show you. This is all stuff that I've toyed with before. Now, for games specifically, I actually have not produced a game yet. But for anything else, like world building, anime type animations, you know, we do that all the time. So we could, of course, you know, allow you to learn a little bit more with that because of my own experiences. And as we go through those experiences, I'm sure I'll probably test the game designs and stuff like that. Because I honestly really want to make a game with you guys. I think we could probably make like a stock market type of a game where it teaches people how to actually trade stocks and stuff like that. Wait, I gotta sneeze. Oh my god. But now yeah, it's about to be 6 o'clock, so we're gonna start trading again at 6 o'clock. Wait, I got another sneeze. Oh god. Oh, I went away. Shit. Oh man, that's messed up. All right, so let's end the previous live. Again, everybody who's currently in this live, we do trade, of course, right? We are going to trade in a couple minutes, but let's see if we can actually create like a little city. And yeah, we'll leave this for when we actually create a little anime for our Discord. Because like I told you guys, I want to create a stock market Discord that's specifically built for creating the anime. So again, all of you from this Discord that would like to be a part of the anime, I'm going to give you an opportunity to, you know, voice a character, create your own design, create your own ideas, and pretty much everything that goes along with it, you know. Just giving you an opportunity. That's all that matters. And then we'll see who kind of participates We'll see what we can come up with in terms of ideas, plot, background, and yeah, see if the world likes it, really. The world is like the ultimate depiction of whether or not it's something that's suitable to the current societal standards. Because some movies, some TV shows, some animes, they don't really pop off until a couple years afterwards. So, with this anime that I'm currently creating right now, I'm making sure that whatever's going on right now, whatever was going on 4 or 5 years ago when I started writing this, it's still being updated. You know what I mean? Like all levels of the show. Because the one thing that bothers me a lot when I'm watching stuff is like, if you have an anime where, like a meteor hits the side of the earth, or people get powers, or something crazy happens, like, okay, what happens to the stock market? What happens to normal jobs, right? What happens to all these different little aspects, news, presidential elections? Like, what happens to all that stuff inside of stories? Why is it like something that people always forget about? Because when you go over all the things that people really forget about with stories and, anything of that nature, you start to realize that a lot of these stories, movies, and shows are actually not good. They're like really empty. And I didn't really notice that with TV shows because I don't really watch that. I have not watched a single TV show, honestly. Besides Peaky Blinders. Peaky Blinders, I don't know if you guys seen that. I mean, it's technically on Netflix, but Peaky Blinders is like it's like kind of like the mob, but in Europe, if that makes sense. So that was really good. But besides that, honestly, I haven't really watched nothing besides anime. And again, the one root thing that you always will consistently see is just this world building factor that you can't really see in real life because, I mean, is there a meteor hitting the side of the earth? No, right? So how the hell are you going to know what's going to happen? So these animes, they create a scenario and a situation and that doesn't normally happen, but it's an interesting thought. And once they do that, that's where the real growth kind of seeps in. And that's where the real, building kind of plays a part. But until that point, in the beginning of any show, the one factor that most people are going to be looking at, of course, is going to be the art, the environment, and, whatever text goes across the screen, I guess, right? So, again, for this show, I'm going to make it so that, it talks about the stock market. It talks about all these little factors. You're not going to hear it often, like across the universe, because remember, my show is basically going to be about the universe itself. Everything you could think of, ranging from any language to any religion, ranging from all the crazy little, tiny ideas that I could come up with and think about in terms of space or creatures or powers or, different aspects. I went wild with this because, like, I always loved space. Like, space is my thing. Like, that's my thing. Like, I'm trying to create a space company. As soon as we get this anime published and running and, going, I kid you guys not, we are going to create a space company. I have the name for it already. It's actually a crazy name. When you guys hear it, I promise you, you're going to be like, damn, like, that's a really good name. And yeah, space. It's so limitless. You know what I mean? It's so just infinite. Unlimited possibilities when you really think about it. And I like thinking about stuff that has unlimited possibilities. Because it kind of sounds like it has a nice ring to it, But not everything is going to have that, of course. And that's the one thing that I've started noticing recently. Like, in terms of, like, the stuff that I'm really motivated to complete or really motivated to do, honestly, it really just stems from that childish version of me, That's really all. That's what I really started noticing. Have you guys noticed the same thing? Like, the only thing that gives you real pleasure in life is, like, the stuff you were thinking about when you were younger. Everything else is mundane and boring and, you know, not really meaningful. That's why I tell people, like, there's no meaning to the money we make here. Like, it doesn't really mean nothing to me, unfortunately. I wish it did. In the beginning it did. It really did. But now, not, you know. The only meaning this has is being able to teach other people. That's it. That's the only thing I've noticed. Stocks and ETFs is 25 days and 5. Not yet. What is this? Oh, okay. Alright, so again, everybody, 7 more minutes. Right. So, let's begin with making this city. You guys ready for this? Join the next live if you would like to be a part of it. I'm thinking we can maybe create... First, I guess let me expand the viewport. Where's the damn viewport? There it is. Alright. And let's increase this all the way to like... like 1 million. There you go. Alright, so we just extended the viewport. What that basically did was simply... Okay, so you see the background? Like, you see how much more I could see now of the grid? Like, you see how now when I go out like this, there's nothing there? But then when I zoom in here, there's like a big-ass grid. So, when I extended the viewport, it basically extended the actual measurable... you know, like distance that you could see. And that's pretty much all. So now look how small this cube is. So this cube could be like the size of a house, right? So when you look at it like this, it's like this could be the size of a country almost, or like an island, or, you know, like something really massive. So I don't know, what do you guys want to create? Do you guys want to create a planet? We can make a planet first, and then after we make a planet, we could then like make the interior of the planet. So like one Blender like background thing, whatever you call it, save file. So one save file is going to be the planet, right? And then the next save